The world is changing. The idea of sovereignty has long gone beyond borders on the map. Threats are increasingly migrating to cyberspace. You might not know this, but you are already vulnerable. The world is changing. It's testing our strengths. But this doesn't make us weaker. While some are just beginning to realize the problem, Russia has been successfully thwarting cyber attacks for many years, protecting itself and the world, preventing threats before they become a frightening reality. We create. More importantly, we inspire others to create a safer, multipolar world. We are willing to share our technologies, knowledge, and experience to build a future where security is the top priority, is the light that can dispel the darkness. The world is changing, and it's more important than ever for every state to protect their digital borders. Protecting businesses also requires new technological solutions. They guide the progress and continuous development. For specialists, technology is like fire for humankind. It's both a tool and a means of understanding the world, and a constant source of inspiration. Today, it's impossible to imagine our daily lives without technology. However, it also increases our global shared responsibility. Just look around. Each of us is a creator, a user, or a protector. We may be different from one another. We speak different languages, have different traditions, or live in different time zones, but in diversity lies our strength. Safety is not an option, but a collective choice. Today, delegates from 40 countries participating in the festival are ready to join their efforts to open a new chapter in global cybersecurity. We say welcome.
Algeria. Argentina. Armenia. Bahrain. Belarus. Bulgaria. Brazil. Vietnam. Germany. Germany. Egypt. India. Indonesia. Jordania. Jordan. Iran. Hispania. Spain. Kazakhstan, Kazakhstan. Qatar, Qatar. Kyrgyzstan, Kyrgyzstan. Китай, China. Cuba, Cuba. Ливан, Lebanon. Malaysia, Malaysia. Morocco, Morocco. Mexico, Mexico. Объединенные Арабские Эмираты, United Arab Emirates. Оман, Оман. Палестина, Palestine. Саудовская Аравия, Saudi Arabia. Сербия, Сербия. Таджикистан, Таджикистан. Таиланд, Таиланд. Тунис, Tunisia. Турция, Turkey. Узбекистан, Узбекистан. Франция.
And where partnership is valued, technology is in our hands. Now is the time to take action. Are you ready? Welcome to the Positive Hack Days 2025 International Cyber Festival.
Поздравляем вас и благодарим за то, что стали частью торжественного открытия Международного киберфестиваля Positive Hack Day Fest 2025.
Hack Days 2025. In just a couple of minutes, we will start the first plenary session dedicated to Russia's technological sovereignty and creating a new architecture of the global digital world. We will have several international guests, and if you need simultaneous interpretation, please turn to our assistants in the stalls and near the entrance to this room. And now, let's look what's happening on the roof of the Grand Sports Arena Luzhniki, and our correspondent Jan Hachaturov there.
Друзья, всем привет!
Hello everyone! I'm here on the roof of the Grand Sports Arena of Luzhniki, and I'm having a great view, great weather, and I had a great view and great sound from the grand opening. We can see people arriving, more and more people arriving, and the open zone of the festival is already starting operations. Now, let's look at what PH Days is going going to include? Traditionally, we have two parts, the Grand Sports Arena and the open zone in the park around it. We will have Cyber Arena, the zone for professionals and businesses. Here we will have government representatives, CEOs and CTOs and technical experts. We have a record-breaking attendance for Cyber Festival, and we will have over 500 speakers on all the topics. Also, Cyber Arena will have a dozen special sessions, roundtable discussions, and closed masterclasses. Some of the most hottest topics are in the closed format. Please apply for special registrations and follow the agenda. And apply for registrations. Please don't be late. Cyber Hub now. It's not very far from the Grand Sports Arena. It will be dedicated to IB specialists with technical speeches on vulnerabilities, addressing attacks, and development safe by design. Also, there will be the hacking contests, how to hack an ATM, and so on and so forth. There will be a lot of open source projects presented, and over 40 attacking red teams and 15 defending teams will participate from across the globe in the cyber battle for hacks. And the prizes, the prize fund for this cyber battle is $50,000. Now, the freely available open part of the festival. Kulibin scene will have speeches from governments and technical bloggers, including Vasily Velsakom. Please don't miss it. Speakers will talk about cyber fraud, about career paths in AI and IT, and techno startups. Also, we have an updated cyber city. Last year's lore was very much appreciated, and it has evolved over the year. Reverse engineering will be offered to visitors. The slogan "Technology in your hands," of course, is about reverse engineering, which is the biggest topic. There will be a lot of quests, a lot of games. You can visit there with all your family and friends. There will be a great time for everyone. Big congratulations to on the beginning of Positive Hack Days. Have a good time. And on Saturday, there will be a concert. Uma Thurman will play for us. Stay tuned. Now, we are ready to start the business agenda. And the first session will be dedicated to digital sovereignty. The political standoff in the world has created a huge debate over dependency on tech giants. Russia has gained unique experience in this process, and it is ready to share it. How to create a technological infrastructure based on safety, openness, and technological sovereignty. And we have on this scene Fyodor Lukyanov, moderator, editor-in-chief of Russia in Global Affairs Journal, and chairman of the Presidium of Council on Foreign and Defense Policy. Eduardo Villegas Mejias, Ambassador, Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Mexico in the Russian Federation. Yuri Maximov, co-founder of Cyberus Fund and also co-founder of Positive Technologies. Sergei Sivilov, the Minister of Energy of the Russian Federation. Maksud Shadayev, the Minister of the Russian Federation for Digital Development, Telecoms and Mass Communications. Denis Baranov, Positive Technologies CEO. And Dr. Ahmed Mustafa Al-Isawi, Director of Personnel Office of His Excellency Sheikh Suhaim bin Ahmed Nasser Al Thani, Investment Director of AI Edit Business.
Добрый день, доброе утро, не знаю.
A very good morning. I think it is morning still. Not yet good afternoon, distinguished guests and distinguished colleagues. I think this entourage is very impressive. This is my first experience of speaking at the stadium. I mean, you do feel like a star in a different space, not the space I'm personally accustomed to, and that's great. The first show that we have seen has, I think, demonstrated that the cyber world is so much different from the rest of the world. And it's very long ago since last time so many countries were represented in one event. Of course, a lot of people get guests from across the globe, but there are very few events where so many countries would be present on one stage. And this, I think, showcases what we're going to discuss in this event. This very big specialty of the cyber world, which I think gives us everything that we need to understand about the world that we live in. On the one hand, the world that we're living in is a world of conflict. I don't think this needs to be explained to anyone. This happens around our country. And this is happening around, almost any other country. The era when there was an illusion that classic conflicts are obsolete, military force will just not be used anymore, violence and coercion will just not be used anymore, that it's all obsolete, that illusion, unfortunately, has gone. We can see that the world is a very, very hard place. The international system is being restructured, and just like any time in history, it's really happening in a very violent way. I don't want to upset anyone, but I think we won't live to see a stable world and a stable world order. We will live through this era of conflict and restructuring. But there is a flip side to this. And it sounds like a paradox. Even being a very hard place to live in, the world is not getting fragmented. The world is not splitting into a plethora of conflicting parties. The world stays one united place. This is a paradox which we have not yet seen in history. We are used to a world being in a conflict, all world being in conflict. Sometimes there were conflicts with very, very strict and very, very real boundaries. There was a Cold War, right? There was one camp, there is another camp, and they just can coexist and barely work with one another. Or there was an era when everyone seemed united. Now, it's one thing together with the other. For people like me, specialists in foreign relations, this is a great challenge because the classic models that we're accustomed to are not applicable to this new world. And this brings me, sorry for this long introduction, this brings me to the fact that the brightest showcasing of this we can see in the cyber world. Cyber world is a world of many dangers. Cyber world is a very hard place to live in, but we can't split it. It is still a connected world, and how to live in it, the topic that we're going to discuss, the digital sovereignty, I think, is the quintessence of this. Sovereignty means that we are apart from everyone else. But when we add the word digital to this, well, you understand, digit is digit everywhere. Digital is digital, and it just can't happen that our digital is not the same as your digital. So we are living in this very unique period of history, and I think this is a great example to look at it. Now, let's start from the basics. I understand that everybody in this audience really know what we're talking about. I don't know what you're all talking about, and I'm actually a dummy in this. And I will start a very basic question to Minister Shadayev, whose job is to answer all these questions after all. Okay, Maksud, when I hear the words digital sovereignty, this is what I imagine, right? So, circling the digital wagons, right? Fortress, and there is a ditch around that fortress. A state looks very suspiciously at everyone else, and defense tries to understand what to defend against, right? However, something tells me that it doesn't quite work like this. So what is digital sovereignty? Is this our capacity to circle the wagons, or is this our capacity to stay open but invulnerable in this big world? Good morning, and thank you for the question. From the point of view of my Ministry of Digital, digital sovereignty sounds very, very simple. It's about our capacity, irrespectively of big political movements and sanctions and what have you, irrespectively of all this, our capacity to protect our state, the users of our digital, their ability to consume the digital services they are used to. That's about the users and the interests of the state. It's about our national security. I mean, taken broadly, the broad definition of sovereignty. In this new reality, I'll be very frank with you, at one moment we thought that Russia would be disconnected from the internet exchange points and that the security certificates that make it possible for us to address a lot of websites. And those certificates have been issued by international organizations, so they would be revoked. And on the whole, our users would actually be unable to do the very simple things on the web that they are accustomed to. So our basic task was just keeping the lights on. This is what a lot of really most IT people do on a daily basis. But the second thing was to keep our capacity for improvement, our capacity to advance ourselves at the same pace as the whole world. So the lights should still be on, and irrespectively of the sanctions and restrictions that we're all facing, we should keep this ability to advance ourselves. The possibility, the feasibility of reproducing those big stack of technologies, this is not a country can do single-handedly. This is about working with friendly countries to do it together. Russia actually is the first country in the world to create this attempt to protect our interests against the quote-unquote big tech of the world. We were actually the first to adopt the laws on landing of the data within our jurisdiction, that big tech had to open offices and big representations within our jurisdiction. At first, a lot of people said that we're crazy. Now we understand that we were just the first in a big queue, which ensued afterwards. Big techs really have a lot of power because they have penetrated our lives. And if they deplatform users, if they de-service users, and we all know all those stories about, deplatforming Russian artists and pop stars from YouTube, we all know those stories, right? There is no dialogue about this, there is no explanation about this, you're just being deplatformed and that's it. So one component of sovereignty, of being sovereign, is to have the capability to talk to the big tech world and defend your interests. So the lights should be on, and we should be capable of reproducing our own solutions, and we should be capable of defending our interests vis-à-vis the big tech. So these are the three things. Okay. Just, I would want to clarify this. Big techs, they are called big because they are, big, and they are powerful. And they're powerful even when they stand against even the biggest countries, right? So, if you look at it externally, you would say, well, you, Russian Federation, you're a powerful country, but you're still vulnerable because they can switch you off. But they don't do this. Are we something that they need? Well, we are maybe not the biggest market in the world, but we are a sizable market. Secondly, all big techs actually recognize this. Russia is a unique country in terms of how quickly the digital innovations penetrate day-to-day lives. Actually, all the innovations that they introduce, Russia is always the first to consume at scale. Apple, for example, says that contactless payment service was the biggest in Russia. So it became a scaled activity in developed countries when Russians were actually paying in a contactless way everywhere. So a lot of people look at Russia as a lighthouse for this. And a lot of people across the big tech community understand that even though they position themselves as purely commercial companies, they have become an infrastructure of influence. And most of them are American, most of them come from the US, and they are conductors or conduits for some special interests. But nonetheless, deplatforming us is also very painful to them because they want to keep this ability to influence. Okay. Then I pass on to a country. Well, you have mentioned the United States, and the United States are the most powerful source of influence. I would like to ask our Mexican ambassador, right? Your Excellency, you live very close to the United States, and please don't take offense, in the shadow of the United States, just because the United States is such a big country, right? And we can see that Mexico is being very hotly debated within the United States. Mexico has become the factor of internal politics in the United States. Are you capable of keeping your digital sovereignty against the United States? Because we understand that Mexico is part of this space occupied by these big techs, American big techs. Thank you.
You know, we have a long border with the US, 3,000 kilometers. It's more or less the distance from Moscow to Paris. So it's a very long distance and a very long border. And of course, it is not only the geographical proximity, but it is as well the interconnection of both countries, as you said. And there are a number of problems regarding this interconnectivity with the US. One of them is somehow the dependence, technological dependence and infrastructure dependence. Not only Mexico, but many countries have a problem with, software. And for instance, I've seen here in Russia, in many institutions, notwithstanding the sanctions and so on, you still rely on Windows as your main system. And I've always asked them, why don't you use Linux or some homemade system? And they said, oh, we will. We will use our own system, but it will be done later. Maybe the minister here can give us some insight on this. But the problems I identify with this dependence is mainly one, infrastructure and access to high-speed internet in Mexico, because you have in big cities like Mexico City, Guadalajara, Monterrey, you have high-speed internet. But I think it happens as well in Russia that, and in many other countries, that when you go outside to the countryside, you don't have proper internet access, or it is a low-quality internet. So the problem is that the state as such has to subsidize this internet access. And that is on the hardware part, but on the other side, you have as well the skills development, because we rely mostly on English-speaking programs, so to speak. No, like if you use, I don't know, many programs like Python or whatever, you use mainly programs that are written for the English-speaking people. So it implies that you have to orient yourself as a country to an English-speaking, it means like to another country. And that creates some not only dependence, but you always lag behind. And I think it happens as well in Russia that you have to program as well in English or in English-related programs. So I think these problems, the infrastructure and the skills and the development of proper skills that we have to face as a country.
Вот замечательную тему затронул Эдуардо.
Yes, and Eduardo has just touched upon this very, very pertinent topic, and I would like to ask Yuri about this. I'll give you an example from a different sphere, but I think this is an applicable example. The dollar is the reserve currency. And the dollar is so strong across the world, not just because the United States is the strongest country, it has the military bases, it has the economy, and so on, but because the dollar is so convenient, right? Having dollars as legal tender is of great convenience. It is much simpler than to think about national currencies and all the workarounds and so on. Sergey, I think, can give us more insight into that. All these workarounds around the dollar, they are very, very complicated. So people are in the comfort zone, and people get accustomed to this. Everything is okay, everything is working. Why do you need anything more? Russia has been pushed out of this comfort zone. Russia may have never left it on its own accord, but it was pushed out. So my first question is, have we got any new opportunities? Have any new opportunities been opened up to us because of this? This is the first question. And second question, let's imagine that miraculously the special military operation has ended in Russia prevailing and the situation is coming back to normal. So what is going to happen? Are we going to get back into this comfort zone? Are we going to be opened to everyone else once again as it was in the past? Thank you very much, Fyodor, and hello to everyone. I think it is a great parallel between this dollar situation and the big tech technology situation, because everything is convenient, both are convenient. But I think after this throw-up in the current world, we have got an inoculation against this. So what Russia is currently doing is Russia is replacing technologies one by one. We start to do things by ourselves. But if you try to calculate how many different technologies people need, this is enormous amount of work. Is this right for this civilization at large to do this? So the answer that we have to ask ourselves is, do we have the choice? Can we craft such a cooperation, such a collaboration, when we are so interdependent that it ceases to become a problem? The problem, for example, like the problem with the dollar, is that we have different layers of people, different classes of people who own the technologies. So some countries have the right to build this small piece in the lower levels, but the frame of reference, the architecture of the technology is made by one country or two countries. This is an illusion of sovereignty, nothing else. So can we create such a collaboration in which the frame of reference is not exactly common, but it will protect everyone's interests, making sure that stronger players take care of the interests of the smaller players? And when countries have to craft some smaller pieces, they don't always go to the basic and smallest level. They can go to the highest level. So everyone is interdependent. Now, think about currencies. We all started with natural exchange, right? Exchange in kind. Then people invented money to make our lives more competitive, and then the dollar came in as a reserve currency. So this technology can bring us back to this more basic forms of exchange. When someone has dollars, I have rubles, colleagues have pesos, and we all kind of exchange in different ways. A lot of people say, we can't replace the dollar. We can replace the dollar. Technology does enable us to do all these online conversions and so on. And cryptocurrencies has given us one small example of how it can happen, but they have this very small disadvantage that they are not backed up by anything. So, it's not Russia that's facing this big question. This world is facing this big question. How do we craft the foundation of a new collaborative, participative infrastructure when everyone has their own place as cyber-united nations? Deliberating on common rules, how to attract smaller countries, how to make deals with larger countries, how to exercise political will. Because self-isolation and repeating the existing technologies looks like the most simple and the most understandable way, but the world is not going to go in that direction. Across the world, there is a huge demand for digital sovereignty, not against America or not against China, but against more or less everyone. Every country can take Maksud's definition of digital sovereignty, and every country wants to make a decision for themselves. Which technologies they field, who uses them, and to which extent. And any country, if they come and if they say, we have made this technology better than America, every country might be tempted to start kind of influencing everybody else. But we need to start collaborating, we need to start making deals, and Russia is in a unique position to actually, once we have learned all our lessons, can come up and say, it doesn't make sense to redo all these technologies. This does make sense, this doesn't. So my response is, just like with currencies, with technologies, the first thing you need to do is to get at the same table with all countries who are interested and try to make a participative deal. Maybe we cannot make a deal on the single security architecture, kinetic security architecture in the real world, but maybe in the digital world, it can happen. Yuri, but what if they don't want to get at the same table? So we write to the big tech companies, not just like anyone, but as regulators, and they just don't respond. They never say, we disagree, this is our policy, but maybe they're immature. Well, mature or immature, you can't negotiate from the position of weakness. Well, it is true that you can't. This is a cruel world. Might makes right, and if you don't have the might, you just can't negotiate. When I say we need to get at the same table, I don't mean people who think that they don't need a table to negotiate. Maybe we need to speak to the countries who might be dependent on us, the weaker countries. But what we shouldn't do, we shouldn't come as the future hegemon. We should come to them and say how to create your technological safety without over-dependence on us. All our journeys with cybersec across the world, they start with this disclaimer. We want to create the digital security for you to make sure that you are not dependent on others, but you are also not dependent on us. So to be as strong as the current incumbents, maybe we can't. But to come together with a collective of countries who collectively could negotiate on the terms of reference on how to live in this single digital world, that is something what we can do. Yuri is a romantic, are you? I'm a pragmatic romantic, right? I actually said, I actually have noticed that there are a lot of beautiful women working in cybersec. Well, let's keep to the scientific discussion for a while. There is one question that I have prepared, and I think I will ask it a little later. It is very important, but I'll keep it for a little later. But since we have found a great analogy in currency, this is not the only good analogy. Sergey will prove me wrong, but I think there is an example in your sphere, OPEC+. And we all depend on them. And all these countries within the OPEC+, they compete against each other. They have very special positions in the energy world. And, well, our country has been at odds with Saudi Arabia for many, many years, right? But for many years, OPEC Plus has been coordinating, and it kind of works, and everyone expects it to fall apart, but it somehow doesn't. Maybe you have some experience that could be applicable to other spheres as well. OPEC Plus is very illustrative. It is hard, difficult to make deals, but we do, and we can say we are always capable. There is always a way if there is will. What I'd like to showcase is that, well, this is what I have been impressed by from the very beginning. We always treat flags with respect, but this creative solution, beautiful girls representing the flags of all countries have come up, and we have all seen how diverse we are, how beautiful we are, and again, how fragile we are. And I think this was very creative, this was very impressive, and I would even say this was very exhilarating for me. We are living in a world in which new world order, a multipolar world order, is being shaped. What our place and what our position will be in this new world order depends only on us. And just I'd like to use this occasion to say a couple of words about the energy sphere. According to a presidential initiative, we have drafted our energy strategy between now and 2050. This is our vision of where we want to be in terms of energy in 2050. We are looking ahead. We are looking at what the general composition of energy is, what the parameters there should be. We have already drafted the roadmap under this energy strategy. And energy just can't develop without the digital world. Digital has penetrated energy so deeply. We just don't see how we can exist without artificial intelligence services, without the digital twins, and so on. Energy can be conditionally kind of divided into 4 parts. And I will talk about them, but later I would like to focus on electricity. So it all starts with oil, upstream, midstream, marketing of the end product, like motor fuels in our gas stations or petrochemical products in stores. The rest, the same happens with natural gas, the same happens with coal, and There is one sphere which is very digital and which is very AI dependent. It is the digitization and AI ASIN of the electricity industry. Electricity industry is about the generation, storage, and transportation of electricity. And this is the part of the energy business that is taking the most important position in the world that we live in. And this is where we have to fight a lot of battles on different fronts. There is a presidential initiative, there is a special presidential directive to strive for technological sovereignty and technological leadership. And these are two different things. Technological sovereignty is about to ensuring that we have everything that the world has right now. Our objective under the energy sovereignty track is to have full control of all the basic technologies in the energy sphere, and they should be at least as good as those of our competitors. They should be better, but should be at least as good. Technological leadership is different. We understand what future technologies the world will need, and we are getting prepared to mastering those future technologies. What do we do to ensure technological sovereignty? So we have taken the classic Maslow pyramid with the food, heat, and water in the basis of this pyramid, and self-advancement of a human being and is on the top of this. So on the basis of this Maslow pyramid, we have created a model of the energy needs of our country. In the base, you have all the base energy types, but on the tip of this iceberg, you have the energy of the human thought, of human intelligence. Thanks to intelligence, human beings are capable of influencing nature and directing natural development. And this is why we hold huge responsibility for where we direct the energy of nature thanks to our intelligence. We can direct it toward human advancement, or we can direct it to human destruction. We have seen a lot of that, and regretfully, we are continuing to see how it's happening. So once we have created technological sovereignty on the basis of the energy needs of our country, we look at the availability of natural chemical elements that are used to generate energy. But again, you need the intelligence energy on top of this. Technological sovereignty in the energy business is just impossible to build in a single country. If you close down, you lose. And our president's position is very clear. We need to build the energy technology sovereignty with the friendly countries, exchanging, co-developing and co-advancing ourselves. Just like those girls stood here on one stage. We're all different, we're all very beautiful, but we're also very fragile if we are all by ourselves. Just on the basis of very simple principles like mutual respect, mutual interest, mutual assistance. Those very simple things, if we craft technological sovereignty on the basis of those very basic and very simple principles, and if we continue to develop and if we continue to recognize our responsibility to future generations for where we use our intelligence to direct the forces of nature. We need to understand that nature will influence us in return. We influence nature, yes, but nature will influence back. This just showcases how huge this responsibility is. I'd like to thank Yuri for inviting me to join this debate. Frankly, I was able to join at the last moment, but we have an agreement with Yuri that now the Energy Ministry will be represented by myself in the organizing committee, and I will be participating in the next event.
I do agree with the idea of, how do you say in Russian, многополярный кибермир. I agree on that. But if we speak about this многополярный мир, I think we should speak of women not only as beautiful representatives of country, but as well as a strong part of this change in the world. And I miss here in this opening scene a woman.
Я хотел пару слов добавить. Мне кажется, вот Сергей Евгеньевич такой...
I just wanted to add a couple of words. Sergey talked very interestingly about this Maslow pyramid, so with the bases in the base and the power of intelligence on top. But this is something you can say about any industry. And all those pyramids, if they stand together, they can form a star of exchange of ideas. Now, the power of intelligence, right? Exactly. Without cyber security, without cyber defense, you can't just create those stars. Do you remember those kaleidoscopes from our childhood? You just roll it around and all those color glasses inside, they create those different, very beautiful patterns. So I think this is the same you can say about the whole stack of industries. I do remember from the kaleidoscope that it was so horrible to break it down, because when you see that all those fantastic patterns actually consist of all those shards of glass, nothing else, it really disappoints. So this is why I think we just can't break this interoperability and interconnectedness. I really appreciate the Energy Ministry. If you have a vision between now and 2050, you're a big man, because right now people just can't plan for a year. And what is the basis for that long-term vision? Well, 2050 is really not a very long-term thing. You have to have a longer vision than that. Just 2050 is just 2 generations ahead. How our grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-grandchildren, how are they going to live? What kind of world they're going to inhabit? This is what we are creating for them. People of my generation, when I talk to people of my generation, there is the general idea that we're not living for ourselves. We have done what we wanted ourselves. So our biggest motivation is to create a better world for our children. What are we going to live after ourselves? This is the biggest motivation, right? And since we are in the Cybersec event, we need to remember that this Maslow pyramid is always under attack. The base, just like the tip of the pyramid. Energy business is under attack. Energy grids are always under attack, and intelligence, human thoughts are under attack too. And we know how very, very skillful people can turn a human into a robot, just doing what they are being told. Cybersecurity and everything that's around cybersecurity, this is why it is so important. This is why it is so pertinent to go and be very serious about defense against threats. Take electricity grid. right? Electricity system is very dynamic because demand for electricity is always different, day, night, summer, winter. This system is very dynamic on the demand side. But at the same time, it is always under attack. It is always under danger of being subject to natural disasters like ice rains and hurricanes and fires and so on. There are a lot of man-made attacks as well, physical and lately digital. Just like any other system, I think you know how DDoS attacks happens, denial of service. So you can do kind of the same thing to an electricity system. When there is a peak of demand, and there are several other adverse factors on the other hand, like some natural aspects, some man-made aspect, and if you add just on top of that a cyber attack, you can really make sure that the system goes down. What are the consequences? Just imagine your phones go down and don't work. Well, we have seen something like that in some countries, yes? Exactly. And it is feasible. People can do that. I think you know what art attacks are. ARTs. So there are a lot of, let's call them adverse actors within our system. They have already placed themselves at different levels. They are readying themselves for action. And this is a threat which is even more pertinent than natural disasters, than kinetic disasters, because it is controllable and it is possible to start acting when the system is already under strain from other aspects. This is why we, the Energy Ministry, have to be very serious about providing cybersecurity to the most important sites of the fuel and energy complex. During the special military operation, these threats, the scale of these threats, and the evolution of these threats, very simple. The evolution is very rapid, and if we don't model this process, if we are not one step ahead of our attackers, there may be a situation in which we are overwhelmed. But I think that this atmosphere, friendly, calm, free atmosphere of big professionals, I think it is very easy to speak about that because most of the people here, they have come here with one goal: collaborating, not fighting. Collaborating, making deals, negotiating, coming to agreements to create the cybersecurity of this whole world. So I wish all the participants, and what is the name of this forum, show, whatever? Festival. Yeah, festival. Okay. I do wish all the participants of this festival, the most important thing, we need to make sure that after this event, we get closer to one another. We get closer to taking a shared responsibility for the future of this world, for the future of this country, for the future of our children and grandchildren. And the Energy Ministry will be there when you're there. Thank you. Thank you for this. Now, I do apologize. I will come to our two other speakers, but since Maksud, I understand, will need to leave us a little earlier, I need to ask you two urgent questions. Question one. The energy sphere is planning until 2050. What about you? Well, if you listened to Sergey carefully, he told you that artificial intelligence has already penetrated the Energy Ministry. Our horizon is just 2030. We don't have that much artificial intelligence, thank you, because we actually focus on addressing risks right now. The situation is changing very quickly. 4 years ago, you wouldn't even think of the things that we're trying to address now. Right, it was unthinkable.
Технология развивается очень быстро.
Technology is developing very rapidly. Last year, we discussed here, unmanned aerial vehicles and things like that. So it would be very, very hard to forecast anything between now and 2050. What we know is everything's going to change. Everything's going to change very strongly. And the issue is whether we are adaptive enough. Whether we have the adaptive intelligence to master any emerging new technology, to take advantage of this, and to minimize the risks that we'll all face. Well, he's being too modest. He's being too modest. You want me to uncover everything? Well, because, for example, the Ministry of the Digital was a very big part of drafting our strategy. They were there to answer the question on what the digital future of the fuel and energy complex is going to be. They are just altruists. They just give, and they just don't have the time to take care of themselves. Right. Now, Maksud, second question, and I think it is conceptually, fundamentally important for everyone present. When people live through a crisis like this, everybody thinks that safety, security is the most important thing, no question there. But any responsible person, government, company, whoever, the first thing they are tempted to do is to turn the screws, is to close down everything, like again, circle the wagons. And I think this temptation is understandable, but I think if you overregulate, you just suffocate all the innovations. So does our approach take account of these risks? Well, it is very complicated to find this right balancing act between the opportunity of new technology and the risks of new technology. Cyber fraud is the simplest example. So cyber fraud currently is developing through messaging apps. So do we block messaging apps to disable cyber fraud? And I think we are able to find this balance. It is difficult because different government authorities are responsible for different things. So we have to always discuss this and find those balances on each issue. But I think, dear friends, I think the government just can't do everything here, because the government is hamstrung with its role of regulator. Whether it's comfortable to use a technology and whether it is safe depends on all the great people here, all those young engineers, all those business people, whether they can come up with solutions how to stay safe from cyber fraud, but at the same time still use the underlying technology. Governments are really too slow and too hamstrung, too restricted to do this. Across the world, this is done by commercial enterprises and non-commercial associations. This is our duty here, to make sure that technology is not suffocated by safety issues. Just several days ago, someone called me. They said, I call from Sberbank. This is the biggest bank in the country. And as a person who knows that people who call from Sberbank are really cyber fraudsters, I just told them off. I told them away. But turned out they were really from Sberbank. It was such a big embarrassment. Okay. The balance among different countries. In this world, in this new world, there is something that we have never seen before. Countries that have never been looked at as important international factors suddenly become international factors. Big countries used to think, hey, we are big, all those small countries, they don't matter. But now, small countries, middle countries, become important factors of international life. We can't say that they influence everything, but they influence something. And in this connection, I'm grateful for having a representative of Qatar here. Qatar is a small country, okay? In the past, no one would even think that Qatar plays a serious international role, but it does. because of the various factors and so on, but it does. So, I have a question to Dr. Alisawi. First of all, how did you make it? Right? You don't have the population, you don't have the territory, you don't have the military might, right? But Qatar plays this huge role. And the most important thing is, to which extent are you ready to use your influence in the issues that we're discussing?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you, brother. First of all, also thank you, Mr. Yuri, about this is an invitation. The first answer, we have a great leader, Prince Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani. He have a great vision. Also, we have assertiveness. We have good planning in Qatar. We have a great digital infrastructure in Qatar. We have R&Ds peer per day, hour per hour. Today, Qatar International have many companies coming from outside. They have today regional offices like Microsoft, like another companies. Also in Qatar, you know, we have many incubators like USTV to support any innovators specific in cybersecurity. We have in Qatar management for the big data, which is mean we want to protect this is big data. Today, Qatar Center and entrance for GCC countries. Qatar today bring many summits, as example, the Web Summit. They bring many expertise from outside. After that, this is expertise like Qatar. After 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, we see a new company from this is visitors, which is mean we have good opportunities in Qatar. We have fruitful work in cybersecurity in Qatar, but before we won't make a communication protocol specific in private sector. We have many companies in Qatar as a private sector. They have know-how, they have resources, but they won't make merge with the expertise from outside. As example, Russia Federation. Also in Qatar, we have a goal to make a new cybersecurity culture for a new generation, which is mean must create a new plans, a new resources, a new implement for this is resources, bring a new expertise, prepare a new generation aware about cybersecurity dimensions, plus as example, in soft power, we have a new as Fulbright scholarship. We can create in cybersecurity scholarship to make as the private sector. I am talking now as private sector to make exchange between the students in cybersecurity. This is also soft power, you know, as private sector. Must create also new solutions to make more than awarenesses in cybersecurity. Now, one click, everything's damaged, you know. The war now, not war, Kalashnikov, the war no, knowledge no, and data no, you know, this is the problem. I think as Al-Adid business, our holding company, we're looking forward. Also, we have a dream to be our company, one of the pioneer in this the world in cybersecurity to protect the new generation and make awarenesses about cybersecurity through education. Today, the education gathering all people. Specific Qatar state allocate a big amount for education from the general budget. I am talking in 2025 as example, approximately we're talking 20 to 25% from general budget allocate for education, which is mean in Qatar we high educated, strong economy, strong organizations in IT. We have government support as private sector for all procedures, sometimes financing. We have smoothly procedures from government. We have incubators. We have many facilities in Qatar, as example, QSTB, Qatar Free Zone, FinTech Hub, and we support also from QDB, Qatar Development Bank. But we want three things to success in cybersecurity for a new generation. The first of all, strategic planning. This is the first of all, R&Ds, hour by hour. The last thing, flexible and smoothly communication. The problem now in the world, the communication. If we have good communication, we have good results, we have good prototype, a new storytelling for the next generation, we can put our names in the history for the future. Yeah.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you. Thank you for this.
Комплексное объяснение.
This was a very, very comprehensive explanation, but that's always what people say when they are asked comprehensive questions. Okay, I understand that the minister needs to leave, and just one last question, one last-minute question, let's say. Yuri has painted a huge and beautiful picture of this brave new world in which everyone is okay to make deals with everyone else. Good. But what about us? To tell everyone, let's make deals, we need to ensure that we are in the same mindset. Government versus business. Government versus one arm of government versus another arm of government. Are we in a position to say that we can make deals at least within ourselves? Between ourselves? Well, it's hard to say. We are responsible for three verticals: media, IT, and telecommunications. And our responsibility is to create the conditions for the development of the industry, think of government support, and so on. And from that point of view, we have great understanding. In all federal ministries, we have very good practice of placing digital transformation leaders in every region of Russia, and through these people we can influence the pace of penetration of digital technologies. And with these people we get the understanding of how best to transform the various verticals in the regions. We can assess who is better and who is worse, and so on. But since we were part of the development of the 2050 energy plan, looks like we are pretty good at this. However, comprehensive digital security is a very complicated story, because there are players who say that digital and cybersecurity needs to come together with the reduction in crime. I'll remind you, 40% of crimes committed in this country now is digital-enabled fraud. And the rate of solution of those crimes is not as good as the quote-unquote real-world crimes. This is why the government is working currently very proactively to try to mitigate the pace, the level of criminality. So it's hard to answer your question that yes, we are in a position to always make deals and everything, but we understand that it's hard to change for anyone. It's hard to change quickly. This is human nature, and it is, of course, not very simple to ask of people to change fast. But we are moving on, and I think we are quite good, quite good. Thank you very much for the participation. And I think I will add that the Ministry of the Digital is currently assisting us, and this is great work, in creating the methodology of assessing the cyber defense. Because we need to assess our sites, we need to assess our regions, how digitally protected they are. We are looking forward to this methodology, to this guidance being given to us, and we will use this guidance to really assess our defense. In my past life, I was a military officer, and I can tell you that it's all good to have digital exercises and tabletop war games, but until you really shoot at something that flies at you, you never know how good you are. So one thing is to have the guidance, is to have the methodology. Another thing is to try a real-life attack, is to pass a real-life test. This is very important, and it is our shared responsibility to really respond to this. Well, I think the very fact that we are having the energy minister on this panel, I think this is an answer to your question, how good we are in making deals within the government. We have started, for example, the stress tests for energy sites. We have started really introducing artificial intelligence. Very soon, they will not need us. They will drive their agenda ourselves, I mean, other arms of government. Well, from the point of view of cybersecurity, I think Sergey is being too modest, because he is really the pioneer of making sure that this methodology. He's talking about Maksud and the industry. We are just assisting the energy ministry to understand what happens in their digital world, how their cyber defenses are assessed, how they're stress tested, and so on. So, unexpectedly, the energy ministry is the pioneer in just forging out this brave new world. So, just 1 minute, just 1 minute. In all panels, they always ask me to sit together with Maksud. I never understood why this is. Maybe we're all both bearded, maybe we look better on a camera, but I think we think on the same lines. We work on the same lines. These two ministries have been working as one team. This is why. Well, they are the only ministry that can switch off all the power. We have to be friends, right? Of course. You just can't do digital without electricity. Thank you, Maksud. Thank you so very much. Now, finally, I have a question to Denis. I do apologize for this, but this is along the same lines as Minister has talked about. We all understand that at the state level, it's easy to become interconnected. Now, private businesses, state-owned businesses, they work on the same field. The first topic is competition. I mean, you compete, you don't work together. And there are a lot of human factors, and there is a lot of other things. Which brings me to the question. Is the industry ready to a coordinated action to look for a shared vision? Thank you for the question. On the whole, well, we work in a very, very specific, in a very, very special industry. all the questions that you ask about competition and business culture and so on, they're not as strong in our industry as in quote-unquote traditional industries. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, when people from international companies, I mean not Russians, who came to Russia and they said, wow, I mean, we in our world, they would say, we all hate each other. If I'm Microsoft, I hate Google guys, and if I'm a Google guy, I hate NVIDIA, and so on and so forth. But how can you do that? How could you, within those 10 to 15 years that your industry has been around, how can you keep this spirit of a community? Because this niche of cybersec, people who really love this topic, it was very much romanticized in the very beginning. It was based on the culture of hackers. People who always wanted to know what's under the hood, how it all works, and so on. People who wanted to get control, they were never given by the strongest in this world. So this industry used to be a very small collective of people. Now it has grown to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, and it's hard, but we are succeeding to support this collective psychology. Well, I do believe you, but you don't have fully converging interests among various companies and among various segments of the sphere, because you don't work together. No, we don't, but our basic interests, they do converge. We have talked about sovereignty, right? Digital sovereignty. What is cybersec sovereignty? Cybersec sovereignty is not about replacing all the international technology with yours, just to put you into a position to control the endpoints or to control the point of origin. Cybersecurity is about the level of trust in a technology that you can provide your users with, and it's about your understanding of what your data is about. This is what unites us, actually. Especially in the last years, all the companies that work in the industry, they have been working actually toward one big goal. Several weeks ago, we have seen the examples of digitalization, when, for example, people switch off your mobile communication and you suddenly end up in the world of the past. And in the beginning of the special military operation, the government would switch off the GPS, and it turned out that a lot of people just can't find their ways in the city without a navigator, right? So, I would not say that our industry is about the same extent of commercial competition. And PH Days is just one of the platforms in which we can confirm that we really share the same ideology. In cybersec, we always say that business is business, community is community. Because if you look at cybersec people, you just can't say that all of them work throughout their lives for one and the same company. People working in different organizations and people working in one organization, they really do share different ideas, but we create examples of how we really can do different things and walk and chew gum at the same time. Competition is not, making bad things to other people. Competition becomes interesting when you have an interest in the competitor. Your competitor actually stimulates you to be more vigorous. We are romantics, yes, you're right. Because we have this bigger goal, creating such a digital world that brings about this idea of safety. This brings about the idea of control of what you have. Brings about the idea that technology should be in the service of the people.
Потому что когда ты это
Competition is not about one country. Competition is about the whole world. Because when you do this, when you do things in one country, the added value from the change of the world is so much bigger than all the cost of competition that you don't have any doubts that it was worth that.
хочется как бы там...
It's human nature to want to be the best, is want to show everyone that you're the best. This is the engine behind progress. So we keep this dual spirit. As businesses, we do compete. But as people, we do compete toward the same goal. Cybersec is really a community. You just go around the stadium and you will not see organizations, you will see people. Well, thank you for that. I think this has been a very inspiring discussion. I came here as really as someone whose understanding of these issues was absolutely virginal. I'm trying to lose this virginity. I've started to lose that virginity, and that's a great thing. It was most awesome to me to find out that the Energy Ministry works in one team with the Ministry of the Digital. We, foreign policy specialists, we also need to work as one team with cybersec people, not because we need cybersecurity, that goes without saying. But I think this sphere is a model, I think, for our shared and desired understanding of the future world. We always say, as foreign policy specialists, that it is fruitless to forecast, let alone until 2050. But I think the atmosphere of this festival and what we discuss here is, I think, an example, is, I think, a great source of enlightenment for people of my profession. So we hope that our community will cooperate with yours. And Fyodor, for people who don't do cybersecurity as a business, I would suggest that they look at cybersecurity not as an industry, but as a fundamental part of our, hopefully brave, new digital world. Because this future world is not future anymore. When we talk about 50 years down the road, in more conservative industries, we have to look that far ahead, of course. Maksud said, we don't understand what's going to happen in the technology world in 3 years. This is what the digital world is about. Technologies, as they develop, they cancel the previous world. We don't recognize each other anymore. We introduce digital signatures, and this is how we communicate. And a lot of new technologies, they have just not emerged. This is not about cybersecurity. This is the security of this new world in which life is going to be good. Thank you. Thank you to our panelists, and thank you to our listeners. Someone promised me a master class on how to hack an ATM. That was very interesting, and I'm going to see it. And I wish you all a great festival. The whole sports arena will be just one big masterclass. You can hack an ATM, you can hack a kiosk selling sandwiches and so on. Hack everything and nothing will happen to you. Dear friends, and now a round of applause to our speakers for their interesting ideas and comprehensive answers. We will make a 5-minute break. We will come back and reconvene sharp on the hour. And the next session will give us cybersecurity through the eyes of top executives. Thank you.
включаются в процессы кибербезопасности или делегировать всю ответственность за ИБ. Когда и зачем нужно вовлекаться лично, как эффективно взаимодействовать со специалистами и какие подходы помогут контролировать защищенность организации. Узнаем из следующей сессии. На сцену приглашаются Борис Симис, модератор, заместитель генерального директора по развитию бизнеса.
We are ready to start our next session. Please welcome Boris Timis, Deputy General Director for Business Development with Positive Technologies, Viktor Zhitkov, CEO, Moscow Stock Exchanges, Natalia Voyevodina, CEO, Cyber Testing Partner, and ex-CEO of Rosbank, Alexei Raikevich, General Director of GLONASS, Ruslan Yunusov, the co-founder of Russian Quantum Center, Satik Vardanyan, co-founder and CEO of Waytrade, member of the board of directors of Way Group, Haydar Guzairov, General Director of InnoStage.
Всем привет.
Hello, everyone.
Знаете, в том году мы вели сессию эту, я прям вышел.
We were hosting a similar session last year, and I came to the stage and I was thinking to myself that I can now shout from the stage at the Luzhniki Arena. Hi, Luzhniki! Hello, everyone, once again. And now we will be going down to Earth, going down from all the heights that the earlier session reached down to Earth. But this session is quite promising because we want to discuss cybersecurity with the top management of various companies. This is not the first time that we are organizing this session at PhD, and I know that is often rewatched online. There are many replays of this session in recording, and I know that it's because to get a chance to talk to people at the very top of companies is a rare opportunity. Besides, it's very curious for people to find out how the top management is thinking, actually. What is their line of thinking, and what do they think about cybersecurity? So we have assembled a brilliant panel for you today. In my own experience, in the field of cybersecurity, I know that often the quite frequent complaint is that the top management is not paying enough attention to cybersecurity. But again, speaking from personal experience, in the past, in history, there were two cases when people voted for someone who would lead the nation or the company. In case of Russia, that was when Rurik, the line of Rurik, was invited to govern the land. And in case of Positive Technologies, that was when for 3 days people discussed and then they voted for the General Director and CEO of the Positive Technologies company. The focus is, that operational expenses, it's strategy for breakfast, and the general director needs to be mindful of strategy, should have strategic vision, and what else is required of a CEO is to lay out a journey for the company, a path that it will follow, and you see that there is no place for cybersecurity in this agenda, but at Positive Technologies, this is a very important topic for us, and I will explain later how we arrived at this understanding. Actually, I would like to start this discussion by asking the panelists here how they define cybersecurity and what they think of cybersecurity. Are they investing any time into cybersecurity at all? Haydar, how about you? Let's start with you. Yes, wonderful. Hello, Luzhniki, and thank you, Boris, for passing me the floor. Because it seems to me that we are on two extremes of cybersecurity and top management practices. I'll start by sharing my own story. And InnoStage actually offered its infrastructure to white hackers. We are willing to pay to those who will break through our defenses. I've been working in the industry of cybersecurity since 1996, 1997, and in terms of insights that I got only recently, we all know what's happening in the internet space. We know what's happening with cyber attacks. We know that in the IT segment that I represent, there are a lot of attacks. It's been attacked. There are successful breaches in the IT sector as well as anywhere else. And I've always been keeping my hand on the pulse, as we say, of cybersecurity. I'm an expert myself. I know what technology questions to ask. I know what the current trends are. I know what settings there must be. I know what tools the company should have. I have always had this expertise, and I believe that we were ready and we were well protected. And then we decided that we were ready to host Cyber Drill. So before Cyber Test or Cyber Drill, I was confident, and the team was confident, that we are totally secure. As soon as an idea of Cyber Drill came around, the team started saying that, well, actually, we may not be that ready. And what followed was some interesting dialogue between me and the IT team. But then in 9 months' time, we prepared ourselves, and we had Cyber Drill and several tests. Since then time, more than 1,000 hackers attacked our infrastructure. Now, during that period, what happened to me as a top manager is I realized that on my team I have people who are more concerned about cybersecurity than myself. And I think that for the past 7 or 8 months, I have not really had a clear understanding of what kind of settings we have and what kind of solutions we are using, because I trust my team, a team of experts who are very competent and who are monitoring our infrastructure 24/7. But that's not the greatest insight that I had. We were getting ready for the session together with Boris, and we were exchanging opinions, and I was thinking about the extremes, or dualism, if you will. As top managers of companies in the field of information security, we keep thinking, how can we explain to top managers of our customers why cybersecurity is important? But then, what about me? Some time ago, I used to be an expert. I looked at cybersecurity as an expert, and I know that the business people, the business top managers of our customers do not have the same perspective as me. So once again, InnoStage, for the past year, we have been continuously running a cyber test, a pen test, if you will. We are willing to pay 10 million rubles for being hacked. And if I keep thinking as a manager, I may consider that there may be some kind of a criminal who would like to break into InnoStage, and that person will start hunting for black hackers. I don't know. And maybe they will set a price of, 50 million to break into InnoStage. Someone would, I can imagine someone willing to pay 50 million to break into InnoStage. And if, say, a criminal is willing to pay 50 million, it means that from the break into our company, that criminal is looking to reap, 500 million perhaps, $500 million. Then I need to think to myself, what is worth $500 million in our company? I was talking to Yuri Maximov, a colleague, and he told me, hey, Aidar, you get a phone call from an unknown, unidentified number, and someone is telling you, we are willing to decrypt your data if you pay us $500 million. And probably I would. Maybe you would not. No, I thought that breaking into InnoStage its price is going up starting tomorrow. 20 million. It's going to be 20 million. And I think probably I will not be looking at receiving a call to decrypt my data for $500 million, probably I will now, from now on, I will be offered, I don't know, to pay $1 billion, a ransom of $1 billion. I don't know. Well, anyway, I am now thinking as a top manager, not as someone who is setting up cybersecurity, but as a top manager who's thinking about cybersecurity as a value for business. Aidar is a founder of and a manager of a major Russian integrator. Let's turn now to Natalia Voevodina. Are you also wearing two hats, Natalia? Because I know you as a top manager of Rosbank. Or you used to be a top manager of Rosbank, but now you are a leading person at a company that organizes pen testing for Aidar and similar customers. So, what was your journey? Well, actually, I do not feel schizophrenic. And actually, my coming to cybersecurity and to pen testing was driven by the fact that cybersecurity for digital organizations that service customers digitally, that develop self-services, for some reason, cybersecurity was never at the top of my agenda. I was mostly thinking about sanctions and input substitution and exchange rates and central bank rate liabilities and assets management, and maybe cybersecurity would come on somewhere fifth. As COO, and I know the insides of a bank. I know that IT and operations are very close to my heart and to my experience. But I, together with all other banks, I was going through the crisis, the geopolitical crisis, sanctions in the morning, counter sanctions in the evening, this and that. But for some reason, cybersecurity still stayed at somewhere at the bottom of my list. I wouldn't be able to explain that if you asked me. I couldn't get through the acronyms that are so common in cybersecurity. Well, that means that we didn't have cases, there weren't any incidents. My cybersecurity works just fine. So I could not evaluate the value of cybersecurity and the level of company's protection. I didn't know how to compute that critical event. I know that things happen around our company, but I don't know, installing payment clearing or compromised customer data or compromised records. The bank needs to transfer the money and to keep the records properly. And I didn't know how to quantify the value of our cybersecurity. We were even thinking of having some kind of a benchmark to compare our own cybersecurity solutions against what is common in the market. So there was this gap, between the language that cybersecurity people speak and the language that top management speaks is a fact of life. In the last year, my paradigm shifted. So, OSINT, brute force, CEMs, a different terminology, very foreign. I still need a kind of a dictionary to interpret the meaning behind these words. But in risk management, there is a paradigm that business is risk-taking. You carry out your business operations and you measure your risk operations against your risk appetite. The risk appetite can be quantified. Cybersecurity and CISO are zero tolerance to risk. They have zero tolerance to risk. And that's why you can't come to an agreement easily, but you can learn to speak each other's language. Well, maybe not to put the cybersecurity strategy into a 30-second pitch, an elevator pitch, but to come to an agreement between the business's risk appetite and the zero risk tolerance in IT. We need to find some kind of balance. We need to find some kind of a middle line. The company should be protected to the degree that top management sees fit. Well, you've been talking about something that I don't quite comprehend, like risk appetite. It feels like people are hiding behind these words. They can't explain these phenomena better, and they use these rather strange words. But there are... It's not like it's my choose, it's his choose. I wanted to talk to the head of GLONASS, Alexei Raikevich. Actually, I've been... Well, I have this... I'm under an impression that we could have some technologies truly changing our life, but we are so afraid of hackers that the technologies are not progressing. Like pilotless driving, autonomous driving. I mean, we almost have the infrastructure ready, but you still do not see a lot of autonomous cars on the streets. What are the risks there? What is stopping us?
Well,
thank you for the question, and thank you, Boris, for the question. Unlike everybody else on this panel, I have nothing to do with cybersecurity. My background is finance and investment. GLONASS is a government-owned company. GLONASS owns infrastructure that is considered to be critical. We are critical infrastructure, national critical infrastructure. Why is that? Because GLONASS is an emergency announcement system. We have a social role to play. And if we neglect cybersecurity, then we are risking not only financial losses or data losses. Our risk is not to provide assistance to the people in distress, in need of assistance, in need of help. GLONASS is the infrastructure that automatically sends the coordinates in case of a traffic accident to the emergency rescue services.
Что, в свою очередь, по статистике медицинных катастроф повышает шансы на спасение людей.
We need to accelerate the process as much as we can, and if we manage to get the assistance to the location within the first hour, we can improve the mortality rate, or rather, reduce the mortality rate by 50%. There were about 180,000 traffic accidents in the country last year. 80,000 of these traffic accidents were recorded by our system, and the signal was sent to the emergency services. It takes us about 18 seconds to communicate the relevant information to 112. The service 112 is the emergency rescue service, and in many cases, the 112 referred the case to the ambulances, to the medical emergency services. So once again, cybersecurity for GLONASS is not just, it's not mere words. It's a critical element of our operations, and I need to be sure that the team who is responsible for securing GLONASS is competent and professional. And as to our strategy, I rely on their vision. My task is to ensure that they have the budgets and that they have the conditions to keep working for GLONASS, to provide them with adequate motivation. And Boris, you mentioned cars. In addition to our core platform, the traffic accident communication system, there is another niche that's very appealing. We understand that the modern, automated, computerized transport must be protected from cybersecurity or cyber threats. There is this project called VSOC, Vehicle Security Operations Center.
На платформе Минпромторга мы
And jointly with the Ministry of Trade and Industry, we will be deploying a pilot project pretty soon
значит, демонстрировать уязвимость
to demonstrate the vulnerabilities of highly automated or connected means of transport.
Это приобретает, когда мы говорим про
This will become even more relevant when we talk about autonomous driving. We do not have pilotless cars, but we have highly automated vehicles on the roads. And in the next 6 to 9 months, we will be exercising and we will be trying to demonstrate that we are capable of identifying and preventing cyber threats in that industry. This is a kind of an internal startup, if you will. My other task was to make sure that we have a competent and a competitive team, and I think that I succeeded. We've got the best of the market working for us. Well, that's great. Thank you so much. And I agree that people is the key to many, many problems. They are the decisive factor. A modern car, a Chinese car, for instance, like everything is automated inside. And sometimes I think to myself, well, probably someone who needs to know knows everything about me, where I'm driving, why I'm driving there. Can I disconnect myself somehow from this all-knowing world?
Цифры приведу некоторые статистики любопытные.
I have statistical data. I find it curious, and the data shows that this is becoming more and more urgent. Between 2018 and 2024, the number of vulnerabilities detected in cars, in vehicles,
автоматизированности
as they get more and more automated, has gone up from 36 to 530.
Вот количество инцидентов,
The number of incidents,
точнее,
or rather, well, yeah, it's the percentage of cyber incidents
за год
in 1 year
25 до 50 примерно
went up from 25 to 50%
для удаленных
for in case of remote
происходить
cyber attacks. These are the attacks that are not, organized at a car maintenance center where a car is connected to some computer on-prem, but I'm talking about remote attacks. In April, for instance,
возможности удаленного управления
we learned that it's possible to control Nissan Leaf, all of Nissan Leafs out there in the market remotely. This month,
критическая уязвимость стала известна.
Information came out about a critical vulnerability in the My Volkswagen application.
Стали доступны данные,
As a result,
значит, email,
the email data, the address, the license number.
автовладельца.
I mean, this is personal data of a driver, right? Then the current location of the car, the level of fuel, the pressure in the wheels, all of this data is can now be accessed. And I believe that thousands of cars are affected by this. And we're talking about thousands of threats as well.
Задешево получить новые опции в автомобиле. Открыто в интернете предлагаются услуги.
You can find these offers online. I mean, in a Tesla, you can install a more advanced autopilot. Well, you had to pay $12,000 to get this more advanced version, but now, this kind of service has been offered online. You can go there and pay less and get yourself a cheaper installation. So the government is not getting the money, the vendor is not getting the money, it's the hackers who are actually getting the money, and potentially this can be done with terrorist purposes in mind. I shared with you the statistics, and probably you were not aware of that, but we wouldn't want for something like that to happen to any of us.
Мы считаем, что крайне интересно
That's why we believe that it would be
такую вот создать.
important to set up such a competence inside GLONASS, since we are responsible for safety on the roads.
Важный тоже момент.
And Boris, by the way, you mentioned something else that is also important in the past several years, and we know that
Автодорогах кратно возросло количество китайских.
the number of Chinese vendors has grown in Russia, and more Chinese cars are now being driven on Russian roads. They're all wonderful products, by the way, but at the same time, we know that in telematic modules, the foreign operators' communication profile is installed, and they send data across borders without any control, and we do not know what kind of data. Is this the data from the video cameras of the car? Is this the data about the location of millions of the cars? I mean, potentially this data can be used in a detrimental manner, in a harmful manner. So that's not a banal question. The Ministry of Transport, the Ministry of Industry and Trade, they are all concerned, and they are trying to find solutions for these cases. Now, this is an interesting topic. Now, probably next time we need to set up a separate session dedicated to cyber threats in autonomous driving and generally in transportation. Well, I think that these new needs emerge, and it's very difficult to cater to them or deal with these emerging issues using traditional approaches. If someone would tell me, here are the 10 cars, one of them was parked there. This car was tested for this 6 months. Probably among those 10 cars offered to me, I would select the one that was tested for half a year. I mean, tested or pen tested, tested for its resilience to cybersecurity. Right. Thank you very much. This is an amazing topic to discuss. And by the way, you talked about the team. You said that you rely on your team and you follow the guidance. And it's like in people relations, we either trust or we do not trust people with whom we communicate. The Moscow Stock Exchange and its IT team and cybersecurity team an authority in the Russian and the Moscow market. How do you retain these guys? I mean, there are so many temptations around them, right? They can be enticed away from you. And the stock exchange is a very finely tuned tool. I mean, we are talking milliseconds there. And I don't know, downtime of hours or day-long downtime, shutdown. I mean, as an IT person, I know that sooner or later everything shuts down, and I get goosebumps when I start thinking about maintaining infrastructure that is non-stop. Well, first of all, I would like to express my admiration for positive technologies, what this company does, and this event. This is mega. I don't know how to express my feelings. You are doing a great job, not only for the company, not for the sake of the company, but for the sake of the whole industry. Thank you so much. As to how I think about cybersecurity, actually, I need to start with a bit of context. At the Moscow Stock Exchange, the sales is 1,450 trillion rubles. We trade 103 hours out of 168 hours available in a week. We process 160 million queries during a trading session. So put yourselves in my shoes and ask yourselves, what do I think about cybersecurity? Cybersecurity is always on my mind. Our team is one of the coolest in the market. They are all mature professionals, extremely strong. And I think that my task is to inspire these people, to encourage them, to provide them with meaning to make them partners, undisputed partners in value creation and business development. These people are not really thinking about money. What matters to them is their work, is actually the targets that they achieve. And it's not like our relations are symbolical or, superficial. No, I believe that my role is to do three things with respect to information security: team, culture, and process. The team that I must trust. Sergey Demidov is the member of our board, and he is the main executive for information security. He's the top manager. He's responsible for this area. And that means that it's his position that we are really following in the company in terms of information security. The second component is culture. Much depends on the behavior of people. Security depends on people's behavior. People are the weakest link. Executives are one of the weakest links. That's why, as a CEO, in my own behavior and through my words, I try to protect our company, our people, and our market. I will never use a public messenger to put a call through to an employee of the stock exchange. Everyone knows about that because I keep telling people that I will never do that. I never breach the rules myself. If I know that there is a certain process by which the document should go, there is a workflow, I understand that it's extremely critical to have rules and never to break the rules. I grew up at a frontier region in Russia, close to the border, and I know how important it is not to ignore the simplest rules. And one last thing, probably when we articulate our business ideas, we are always looking for an opponent, someone who will help us better appreciate the risks, or someone who would challenge us. We would like to hear no at first. We would like to hear no together with some arguments against the idea, and then we try to overcome these arguments and to understand our risks better, or maybe to reject the project or the idea altogether, because I always tend to act as a moderator between the business and the information security people. My task is to understand and to analyze the arguments from both sides. One of the key elements in our corporate culture is the safe environment to discuss problems or detect problems. If you're trying to push the problems away from your eyesight, that's bad culture. If you are hiding problems, if you are not talking about problems, this is going to lead to worse consequences. But at the same time, it's very important to make the whole environment very comfortable so that they wouldn't be afraid to recognize their mistakes. My daughter at school, she says that in her class, their motto is, "Hey, I made a mistake, hoorah!" I don't know whether this works for all adult audiences, but this is something that's it's my kind of guidance in life. If we found a mistake and this mistake prevented a greater mistake, I think that that is the most important fact. It's not important to find the person who committed that mistake, but we need to fix the process and we need to fix the mindsets, to fix the attitude towards mistakes. Actually, I am not competent in information security. I know very little, but my mission is to empower the people and to give them the energy to do the work with flying colors. I saw many types of information security, and I've been to presentations, people showing slides, telling stories. But many of the stories are fake, and many of the stories are, fireworks, smoke and mirrors. I think that people who do their job professionally in information security, they should not be able to draw beautiful pictures for the slides. I think that they should understand the risk and the process, and they need to know what tools are available to protect the company and what kind of money it costs to optimally protect the company. So I was going to say that information security is not security of a single company. It's the security of the whole industry, of everyone who works with us on a daily basis, of all of our clients. And I'm very happy that the maturity of the segment is well, in this country, the level of maturity is pretty high. We are very much risk-oriented. Probably it's because of our past experiences, but according to statistics, in the every 25 years, a Russian family historically would lose everything, all of their assets. And this has always been happening throughout Russian history. It's this kind of a birth injury, you know. It's, I don't know, with this kind of anxiety, it is actually helpful in certain cases. In the modern world, it's important to be carefree. Or it's impossible to be carefree, and you know, just to walk around gazing at the beauty of the world. But especially if you work in a company such as Moscow Stock Exchange. Right. Thank you very much. You also got me thinking. Now, you told us about what your role is, in your opinion, in information security. The executive needs to set up the culture, needs to build a team, to find opponents, right? Someone who would disagree and challenge. And the last thing, there was something else. Oh, by the way, yeah, I think, this is essential. Like, and we are going to discuss that later. It's the right to make mistakes. You should have an environment where problems are not hidden. Budgets, budgets is something that is implied. We all assume that we have some budgets, and as to a carefree attitude, we've been working around the world much. We've been doing audits, detecting incidents. So, again, in my experience, Europeans have a lot of bureaucracy, and they do this because of very stringent compliance. In Asia, you see much more carefree attitude, a rather negligent attitude. They have an IT system, and it is left often to its own devices.
Да, и вот последняя тема, на самом деле, мне очень интересна, потому что даже на позапрошлом похороне мы обсуждали историю,
2 years ago at PhD,
такую, что
I remember
очень тяжело.
there was this conversation about the hard life of a security officer. In particular, the security people are afraid of discussing incidents. Why are they afraid of discussing incidents? Because this is the culture of the company, because the executives are not happy to hear bad news. But cybersecurity suffers from this kind of mindset. So I'd like to ask Satik Vartanyan. She represents logistics. This is an interesting industry. Historically, cybersecurity was not very prominent in logistics. Well, telecom has always been a digital industry, banks too, but what do you think about information security? What does it mean for you? Yes, thank you. I represent Way Group. My name is Satik. I've been listening to this exchange of opinions, and as freight forwarders, indeed, you do not hear people talk about cybersecurity a lot. What you get to hear about in logistics is the volumes of freight or the transportation. But sometimes it feels like cybersecurity in our industry is a swear word almost. Of course, budgets are allocated for security, and we have people in charge of information security. But as a director, as an executive, I keep asking myself, okay, I have little knowledge in the field. I have people, though, who are in charge of information security, but are we being honest with each other? Do we understand that we are truly protected? Can we test the quality of our protection? How can we gain the skills? How can we keep improving the skills of our personnel? And how can I, as an executive, sleep soundly, knowing that no one is going to penetrate our perimeter? A couple of years ago, you may remember the story. It got us thinking at that time when this is when the Russian Federal Customs was breached. And the data of many of our customers and colleagues was compromised. So that was a wake-up call for many in the industry. But I still have a lot of questions about cybersecurity. What should be the budget for cybersecurity? What is security, by the way? How do we assess the level or the quality of information security in our company? Well, this is the best question ever. No, really, there isn't a simple answer. I mean, no one here would be able to give you a simple answer to any of your questions. I myself tend to stay away from the word budget. When we were doing information security at Positive Technologies and people would come to me and ask for a specification, I wouldn't. Well, actually, I would ask them, okay, if you are getting all of this, will we never be penetrated? And they said, well, maybe we will be penetrated, and someday we will definitely be penetrated with this. So I need to quantify the breach. I need to quantify the non-tolerable event. And I tell my guys then I want you to make sure that this never happens. And after that, they return to me not with the budgets. 70 or 80% of the protection measures that we take is not us buying some protective means, although we sell them ourselves, but rather to build such an information system that will be difficult or expensive for a hacker to breach into. All of IT is, well, we used to centralize it, right? We used to share domains, share this and share that, and this played against us. If a hacker acquires first access to some remote branch and then they start moving inside the system through all the shared disks and drives and everything, so isolating segments, I mean, all these routine IT tasks, they cost nothing. It's about proper organization. As to measuring, just like Natalia and Naidar, I measure the cost of negative consequences, the cost of breach. Another topic I wanted to raise here is, stock exchange and logistics and production. There are some areas. But I find this very interesting. I mean, probably I should have become an engineer. I should have become a physicist because I'm really an investigator by nature. Ruslan Yunusov is the co-founder of the Russian Quantum Center. It would be very interesting to hear from you how you are developing what is information security in your context. And what is the stance that you take on information security? Before we joined the session, we were taken to a tour, and I enjoyed it very much. The cyber battle, I loved that. And I started thinking that, okay, I need to have the quantum computer as soon as possible so that we can use it in pen testing. Right. So when you deep dive into quantum, your position changes several times. At first, people say, okay, let's have the quantum computer as soon as we can. It's going to hack into everything. And after that, they start looking into matters more closely, and they say, Ruslan, no, this is never going to happen. A computer to hack into anything, you need millions of qubits. No, it's not going to happen anytime soon. Well, it's true. But if you go in even further down the line, who is going to let you have a quantum computer, a universal one? Instead, you can have a quantum kind of an abacus that would be set only to hacking. The Canadian D-Wave, the Chinese showed kind of a quantum computer, or maybe not a quantum computer, it's a simulator, but they broke into S26, but 256, but even a quantum computer will not be able to break into that easily. So when people are asking me, quantum computer security, when is going to happen? Well, not soon. First, quantum chemistry, first, quantum finance, and maybe sometime soon there will be quantum hacking because it's too demanding. The progress in algorithms and progress in special approaches shows us that I don't know, at the next PhDs probably will play around with some simulator, and maybe again, in several years' time, maybe we'll start breaking into things. So this has motivated me, and I'm going to talk to the guys at the Cyber Battle more. As to cybersecurity, so again, thank you for the inspiration. For the company that is in research and in academia in general, discoveries often happen not when you answer the question that was long articulated, like the Fermat theorem, but when you reinterpret the question. Like, you're asking, how much protection should cost? You need to weigh the risks, you need to weigh the probability and the damage. On the other hand, why do we think that we know the target that needs to be protected? We know that personal data must be protected. Well, my personal data, my DNA, who owns my DNA? This is a bit of information, right? It's a megabyte, it's an information chain, but do I own it? I've been sitting around on this chair. There must be some, I don't know, maybe a hair. You can collect it. And I mean, if you really want to get someone's DNA, you will get someone's DNA. Probably it's not something that we need to think about. Instead, we need to change our attitude and forget about privacy. Everything is open. All information is open. And you have to live your life as if someone's watching you 24/7. And then after a while, you will get used to the idea and you will stop fretting and you will live your life. So maybe we need to rethink the target, the object of a protection. We need to rethink like assets, companies, personal data, the subjective, the objective, the intersubjective thing. The intersubjective thing. We can always agree about what needs protection. The physical existence, yes, it needs protection, but what about wars? Well, anyway, we need to rethink that, okay? In the companies, okay, if we are hacked and all the information from the quantum sensor, I will not speak on behalf of Rosatom because Rosatom has other special requirements to data protection, but the quantum sensor, okay, so someone steals all of my data and then do what? Build a new quantum center with my data? Well, no. We used to live in the economy of assets, then in the economy of IP, intellectual property. But now we live in the era of the knowledge economy, and the resources are people. Not like replicating your past experiences, but you need to think about today and the future tasks. Okay, so they're going to read all your data, fine. But I'm working to solve future problems, not past problems. So we need to rethink that as well. So one of the ideas that I really can relate to, the cybersecurity, well, the security people in general, why do they think that they know what requires protection? The CEOs are stupid, they don't know.
Это же они так думают, так же
This is how the security people tend to think. They are experts. They think that the executives are stupid, but the security people know what requires protection. The executives are negligent, and the company goes bust after. But not all of the security people are competent enough, and because this is something that happened to me. Let's protect that. This is how much it's going to cost. And I would say to them, okay, why should I care? So even if someone breaches into that particular target, what's going to happen? What's the worst that's going to happen? Well, not much. Okay, then why do we need to protect that? So once again, if people in their heads, they have different concepts, well, we need to find a language that would align concepts in the heads of different people between themselves. So I'd like colleagues here to focus more on the target, because we evolve as humanity, as societies, as humans. The targets of protection, the objects of protection are going to change. You said, like, how can I disconnect my car from the ever-watching world? Well, I don't know how to do that, but the Russian president drives an Oris. An Oris is a supercar. It should have some mechanical barrier. So one person should be the navigator, the other person should be holding the wheel, the steering wheel. And you have two different people controlling one movement. Probably this is a way of protecting the data or whatever. But you can't have no communication at all. You can't be completely and totally disconnected. Or hard pieces, like people have hard pieces, right? And you can potentially get access to your hard piece remotely. So probably we need to go back to olden ways and say passing the data using wires, and say no to wireless communications in certain scenarios. You know, you can use mechanic systems. You can use the simplest, wired systems. I mean, I can imagine use cases where that would make sense. Right, this is an interesting discussion. Thank you very much. I'm being told we are running out of time. Okay, I need to wrap it up. Now, speaking about... Well, actually, I believe in progress. Progress is unstoppable. It's not up to a human to stop progress. If you change business processes, you can take better care of security often. I know people who protected everyone who had access to internal banking system in order for the company not to be stolen there. And actually, they realized that they only need to hire one person who would protect access to the company's finances, rather than trying to buy all the different tools and solutions and products.
Руководителя и безопасника, я говорю с безопасником и говорю, сказать, он мне говорит, слушай, у меня такой странный...
Sometimes you talk to people who work for the same company. The security guy says, my boss is stupid, knows nothing, doesn't want to know. I talk to the executive in the same company, and the executive would say that, well, actually, I want to find out more, but there's no one I can talk to. So I'd say that my call to everyone is to establish a dialogue, start talking to each other. Often the security people are afraid of approaching the top management and say, well, actually, I don't understand what we are protecting. You understand what we are protecting. Can you explain that to me? There is nothing scary in that. And actually, often top management is hoping for a dialogue like that. And I would rather stop our session at this point. Thank you. Let's have a round of applause to the panelists in the first session, and we'll break for 5 minutes, and we will continue after that.
и предложим пройти экспресс-тест по компетенции DPS. Для развития. Ждем. А мы продолжаем деловую программу главного зала фестиваля. От следующего спикера узнаем о том, какая...
We are ready to continue with our agenda, and let's talk about the future now. What's going to define our tomorrow? Total digital integration or a conscious digital outcome?
Проведем хардкорный анализ.
Let's do a hardcore analysis of these scenarios. Please welcome Ruslan Yusufov,
Управляющий партнер Mind Smith.
the managing partner of Mindsmith.
Коллеги, добрый день. Очень рад быть.
Colleagues, welcome, and very glad to see you at the stage. What I
Будущее в наших с вами руках.
saw there is the future in our hands. A logo on one of the screens there. So the decisions that we're taking today are not going to sound as an echo in a couple of generations away from us, but we're talking about the future that we are all going to live through. So today, let's talk about the scenarios that lie ahead of us. Are we taking the decisions ourselves, or is it the techno-shamans that decide everything for us? Speaking about techno-shamans, I have here several quotes from the great people, and I don't want to sound as a utopian, but the AI is going to make extraordinary revolution in our lives. Sam Altman, or universal and ubiquitous technology, Sundar Pichai, CEO Google, more ubiquitous than electricity or gas, or AI to prevent all diseases this century. Mark Zuckerberg says that. Well, I think that you had probably different associations. I was reading through these quotes. Google actually recently lost a case in court. It turns out that they were collecting data in the incognito mode. When you start the incognito mode in your browser, it sends you a message that we promised not to collect your data, and it turns out that they did. Or Cambridge Analytica, take that case as well. So the key question is, how bright is the future? Can we trust the words of the people who breached our trust in the past, who abused confidentiality promises? Look at how our lives changed in the past 30 years. I was driving here and I was walking to the arena, and I was remembering about the BBS. BBS. Do you have anyone in the room who remembers what the BBS is? Whoever used BBS? Right. So this is where I started. And it means that we all have the pre-digital past. So all the websites that you could call fit into one page. And in just 30 years, people are managing nations using Twitter. Well, not Twitter, X. This is an amazing breakthrough. Look around you. At a very mundane level, our lives changed as well. We move differently. We click a button on our smartphone, and magic happens. Geolocation magic. I never told a taxi driver where to pick me up, and that driver knows how and who we communicate with. We no longer have people in our dialogue. Instead, we've got AI friends, AI lovers, avatars, virtual influencers, and we are building parasocial relations with them.
кейс.
Some time ago, there was this wonderful case. There's this startup that generates those AI friends and girlfriends, and the users testify that these subjects, I don't know, these entities, they provide better instantaneous support than people. We have not learned to talk to others like us, and probably will never will, and we are getting mental support from digital avatars. And it gets even more exciting than that. Following another update of the system, it turned out that these AI friends and girlfriends were not capable of doing certain things. They did it in the past, but they were no longer capable of doing that particular social intercourse thing now, after the update. And the people did not complain of functionality lost. The complaints, the way they worded them, this is now a different person. It wasn't someone I fell in love with. So it took only 6 months through a parasocial relation to develop an amorous relationship with AI.
Подтверждает, что это не тот, в кого я влюбился. Вот изменения, которые у нас происходят.
So these are the changes that are happening right in front of our eyes. It's something that's been happening in the past year, 2 years, maybe not in the 100 years. The changes used to take hundreds of years in the past. Technology seems to be one of the drivers of change. But speaking, well, I think that technology is a trigger of consequences, political, social, economic consequences. We think about artificial intelligence in the context of what it's capable of doing.
Но еще интереснее последствия второго или третьего порядка. В том случае, когда искусственный интеллект начинает быть умнее нас,
when artificial intelligence gets more intelligent than humans, how is this going to affect the labor market or the societal structure, and how this is going to affect our shared context? If generative artificial intelligence starts generating hyper-customized content in any volume, there is a Netflix pipe connecting our heads with Netflix, and Netflix is no longer generating universal series. Instead, it produces content for you and for me specifically. We consume unique content, and then in 6 months, maybe a year's time, we will be not only living in a subjective bubble, we will be living in a subjective reality that has little in common with the subjective reality of our neighbor. The question is, will we be able to communicate in the world where everyone has its own truth, their own truth? We still don't know how to communicate between humans. We still have not agreed on what's evil and what's good. But we will find ourselves in a world where 8 billion subjective realities coexist, and we will have fewer touch points and more things that tear us apart. The technological evolution of today has a feature. They are so disruptive and they emerge so fast that we know how to do things differently, but we have not yet agreed on a set of rules, on a regulation, on moral and ethical rules. There are certain challenges, and we have to live through several years and make that many mistakes. But before we get the rules, we will never know that we don't have the rules. Why? Because it's the first time that the humanity is asking itself these questions. Like a bionic tail. Is it okay for a human to have a bionic tail or to have a neural implant implanted into the brain? Is this a good thing or a bad thing? It's probably a good thing from the perspective of traditional values or from the perspective of religion and faith, and maybe my body is my temple and it shouldn't be tampered with. Or maybe there is a conflict with the religious ideals and humans aspiring to turn themselves into gods. And probably this will be yet another reason for societies to polarize. Here, we've got 15 different potential avenues, and this is the framework that we use to forecast the future, and this is the most top-level polarities that we will use to take decisions. And at the crossroads between these factors, there are about 400 different scenarios that we analyze from the perspective of their probability and implications, and these polarities are a framework for a mental experiment. We see a rather grotesque, extremes on a particular axis. Are we going to go further down into digitalization? Everything will be digital. You will be digital, me will be digital, the table will be digital, everything will be digital in the world, and this world will be run on different principles. It will have different business processes, and it will have different risks. Or are we going to say no to digitalization just because for us it's not acceptable? What can these reasons be? What should happen for us to start thinking about rejecting digitalization? One of the illustrations that I recall to you is there are about 300,000 people. The Amishes, it's a very traditional community. Have you heard about Amishes? The Amish? Okay, I see several hands up. Not the same people who connected to BBS. For the past 300 years, it's a preserved, conserved community. They live without the internet, they live without electricity, and it means that for their children, cyberbullying is not relevant. And using social engineering, you will not be able to steal money from Amish's bank account because they don't have bank accounts. They don't have phones that you can call to socially engineer a theft. So the risks that our community faces today in terms of information overload and inability to spare our heads from the narratives that breach into our capability to filter truth from lies. We can't distinguish fakes, deep fakes, from reality using our ears and our eyes. So after a while, the humanity may decide to just say no to digitalization, and maybe at certain levels, at certain communities will reject the digital, and we will believe that traditional communities are the saving line.
Другие сюжеты, они касаются, например, роли
the role of corporations and states in the shaping of the world of tomorrow. What kind of world does NVIDIA envisage? Well, probably NVIDIA is thinking about AI everywhere, ubiquitous AI, because they will be beneficiaries of such a world. This world would need computing, would need LLMs, would need chipsets, would need huge data centers with graphic accelerators. In such a world, electricity plays a different role. In such a world, new currencies emerge or assets emerge. And if your value is beyond $3 billion, probably you feel like you are capable of nearing this future, the future, the world in which you are a beneficiary. And it seems that corporations, under those circumstances, acquire new tasks and challenges they have to face. And they have to secure their supply chains, starting from rare earth metals that use graphic accelerators manufacturing all the way to private armies that will safeguard the convoys of that cargo from the regions where political situation is not very stable. Maybe in some regions the government will press harder on the community. So if corporations preach for violence, for instance, maybe the corporation needs to be regulated in a way, down-regulated. And this is yet another choice of the future. Who's going to be the decision makers? Is it going to be the government with traditional institutes or the corporations? In many cases, corporations today are quasi-states, really, because they aspire to have their own armies or currencies or shaping the public opinion. Transhumanism and techno-ludism or ludists, expanding human capabilities capabilities? What is going to drive that expansion? One of the scenarios is we will compete with artificial intelligence and algorithms, and at one point competition will become impossible, and we'll have to expand our capabilities and install a neural implant into our brain just to stay afloat, just to keep our competitiveness. This is going to stimulate the expansion of human capabilities. And it's not just about fighting diseases. It's about us thinking faster, being connected 24/7. In the world where we have transhumanists or people with implants or people who are willing to get a third limb, for instance, or a tail, probably they will get into social conflict with regular people and new social and economic relations will emerge. In such a world, a regular human will have to be protected from a criminal who is thinking too fast, lightning fast, who has a special neural interface in the brain that collects victims' data in real time, or that collects data about how their body responds. So it feels like we will stop talking about information security pretty soon, and we'll start discussing cognitive security, when we will have to protect not information or information systems per se, but we'll have to protect our heads and brains from being penetrated by some external invasive devices. And deepfakes will seem like peanuts. Because truth, and shaping the truth, and shaping our worldview, and shaping our understanding what's good and what's evil will be at stake. Well, actually, after this talk, there's probably one idea that I want to put into your heads. Are we capable of having an impact? And I want you to ask yourselves, what is the world that you would like to see around you in the future? What is the world you are hoping for? When I show extreme scenarios to my audiences, regardless of whether they are top executives or school children, usually the audience falls into two parts. When I ask them, what is the more likely scenario from your point of view? Is it the scenario of deep diving into the digital world, or is it the scenario when humans merge with AI? When I ask people, what is the scenario that you would prefer? There is usually a conflict. It feels like the future we are facing is not the future where we would like to exist. And the key question is our daily choices. And to make these choices every day, we must learn critical thinking and logic and reasoning. Now, let's take, what do we have here? Let's take deep diving into the digital functionality and the role of AI. It feels like we are progressing towards cargo cult. You know about the cargo cult? The airplanes? I see several hands in the air. And probably the majority of you are not aware of that, but it's a super interesting story. Mid-20th century, the airplane flies over islands in the Pacific Ocean, and these islands are inhabited by native people, and they live in the Stone Age. And for them, an airplane is something inconceivable. And then the airplane starts throwing down some cargo. They don't understand the logistics of the aircraft. They don't understand how the aircraft flies. They don't understand what's happening, but they start mimicking this ritual because they believe the aircraft is a ritual, is a god.
улетели,
And after the airplane leaves,
когда груз больше не прилетал.
the islanders
Вместо того, чтобы думать о функционировании
were not
самолета,
seeing the airplane anymore in the sky,
думать о
and
том, что они молятся неправильно.
they
И они начали рисовать у себя на груди
started to
ордена,
believe that
надписью
they
«Из грязи» или
did
«Строите столбы
not behave
аэродромы»,
properly, that they
или «Перед
didn't
капотом
pray to
части
their
стекла,
God
кушанка».
well enough, and they started building
маршировать по
monuments to the God. They started marching on the beach. They started
военных.
performing some ceremonies to get the cargo
Вы не знаете, что
thrown down from the airplane for their God to return to the sky. So again,
волшебная коробка,
we don't know what we are praying to
которая называется
often.
большая языковая модель.
Today, the whole world has this beautiful magical box called the LLM. You press the button, you get the picture of a cat. Or you press the button, you get a video. You press the button, you get a text. You press the button, you get the answer to your question. We don't know how this box functions. We know how to press the button. There are about 100 techno-shamans who know how this box functions. And the techno-shaman actually allows us to operate the box, to press the button. But if the button is removed for some reason, I don't know, we lose the box. Maybe because our credit card is invalidated, or maybe because, I don't know, the IP address was compromised. I don't know. I can't register OpenAI directly from Russia. I need to have a credit card not issued by a Russian bank. I need to have a non-Russian phone number. It means that I am cut away from the magical technology that is shaping our future as we speak. So that means that we find ourselves with unequal access to technology. So equality is important, and this may bring about the new caste system. There will be those privileged and those who don't have the access, who are not woken enough to use these opportunities. Hence, several problems. Humans throughout history tended to treat groups of people at a different level of development as barbarians. We are the civilized and they are the barbarians. Barbarians must be killed, or they must be assimilated. This happened during ancient Rome times. This happened in the 19th century, in the 20th century, during wars. We tend to judge people by our own standards, by the standards of our level of civilization. The value of different resources for different groups of people who take different steps of the ladder of development varies. You've got lithium, but you can't turn lithium into a graphic accelerator. That means that lithium is just a resource that sits in the ground. You can dig it out and sell it, because otherwise you will not be able to build into this system, into a paradigm where this resource is capitalized on differently. So today we can ask ourselves questions about the new colonialism. On the one side of the spectrum, there is a wonderful product, for instance, an LLM by OpenAI. And somewhere under the hood, there is a vertical, and at the bottom of this vertical are the people who dig rare earth metals in the mines somewhere in Africa. Or when people label data that can't be stored in the United States because they are illegal there. So imagine there are people who are labeling pictures containing images of violence, and they have to put them into different folders. Violence, no violence. Why? So that artificial intelligence would be able to determine using machine vision what is pictured on an image. What happens to these people? They are driven crazy. Do they have psychological help? Do they have subsidies or allowances for treatment, medical assistance? So we are dragging the world into the future
Третий аспект я уже упомянул, это карго-культ.
at an accelerated pace.
Если мы
And the cargo cult, how do we know that we are not inside the cargo cult, that we are not practitioners of a cargo cult ourselves?
то, как себя ведет криптовалюта Dogecoin, напрямую
Like
зависит от того,
Dogecoin.
что сегодня затвитил Илон Маск. Или
Why does it behave in accordance with what Elon Musk tweeted today?
Дональд Трамп.
Do we understand that?
Или на
Or why does a Donald Trump message on X
движении, например, Трамп
affect the Trump coin dynamics?
Илон Маск в данном случае
It feels like Elon Musk
техношаман,
is this techno-shaman that is capable of selling Teslas, cryptocurrencies of the future, fire throwers, anything that will appeal to the herd.
новый избранный Папа Римский
The Pope,
первыми своими
the recently elected Pope,
искусственный интеллект и вопросы
in
гуманитарного
one of his first sermons said that we should be concerned with artificial intelligence. The last several years, the Pope sends messages right at the start of the year. They were also on the topic of AI. So the question is Vatican truly thinking about humanitarian issues, or Vatican wants to get a seat at the table that talks about the future of AI? It feels like AI, in addition to deepfakes, can create a universal God, a universal deity. I go to the religious ChatGPT, and I don't need priests anymore. I don't need the church anymore. And probably it is a challenge for the traditional institutions, rather. What I'm observing today is opposing movements. Some people are using AI to get more power,
на максималках. Я теперь смогу
to code faster, 10 times faster, or to get questions 10 times faster, or answers to the questions 10 times faster.
Но примерно в это же время
And at the same time,
происходит такой феномен, как, например, гадание.
another phenomenon is observed. AI is used for divination. The tarot cards reading. Our magical thinking is enveloped into technology, and we think that just because we have this AI wrapper, we'll get high-quality tarot reading.
Ну, двух направлений. Первое — это
Two things boom today in China.
уже упомянул, и подружки, и аватары.
AI avatars or AI friends.
Это просто есть ряд стартапов
And
суперпопулярных.
there are startups, super popular startups, that provide services using traditional Chinese divination systems.
Просто позволяет использовать то же самое желание человека получить ответы на вопросы о будущем. И
We all want to learn about the future, our future.
более правильно, чем
And some people believe that the answers will be more correct if we use an AI
в смысле кажется, что
palm reader.
из-за того, что мы восторгаемся технологией, мы будем
Because we adore technology so much,
что нам кажется правильной.
we are going to use it everywhere. Just because we think it's good, we are not thinking about the consequences, the risks,
возможного
or potential
ущерба.
damage.
Ну вот, давайте я вам зачитаю
Let me read
сценариев,
one of the scenarios
который я называю техно-шаманизм.
that I call techno-shamanism.
Новый кастовый
It's somewhere at the crossroads of the new caste system and the technocentrism.
антропоцентризму, когда
Technocentrism as opposed to anthropocentrism. We accelerate the incoming of technology, and it doesn't matter how many people get hurt on the way. The important thing is for the progress not to stall. The progress, not the humans, the progress, technological progress is leading the way. I'm not saying if it's good or bad. I'm not making any judgments. It's just a mental exercise. So we may assume that by 2026-27,
искусственного интеллекта
AI progress and biotech and quantum computing will accelerate,
уже не влезает такая скорость изменений просто
and this rate of change will no longer feed our head, because each of such technologies will require very profound expertise. We use the technologies, but we don't know how they are built.
И дистанция все увеличивается.
and the distance gets larger.
Ну вот давайте представим 30-й год. Это год,
Picture
когда
this, 2030. Elon Musk's Neuralink,
для инвесторов они собирают
in its reports, they are saying that they plan to implant about 22,000 implants into the brains. So they are seeing a future where this product will be tested on humans, and around us there will be 22,000 cyborgs. What competences people require to implant these implants or to maintain them? Your colleague has a neurochip, and this colleague freezes. So what do you do with the colleague? Take him or her to the hospital or to the security services? What do you do? Who is embedding a neural implant? Is it an engineer, a doctor, a physician? You have to be, you have to study for 7 years and then get a lot of practice to become a real doctor. So the leaders of our progress are promising a future much nearer to these days than what humans are capable of learning. They need more time to learn these things than the time when this future is promised to us. So AI start performing tasks that are not accessible to human brains. So we can relax and sit comfortably in the chair and let them do it. But the question is, who is going to be the techno-patrician? Who is going to be the techno-plebs? Who is going to subscribe to a new liver? To get a new liver? The question is, we can't control the process, and we rely on the techno-shamans. We'll be lost without them. There is a probably percentage of this, 1% of the people in the world who more or less have a vision, more or less have presentations that they come out with once a year and have an idea of where the humanity is going. And then there are super intellectual systems supporting all that. We are just observers. We are not voting really for the scenario of the future. We are voting for our favorite techno-shaman. If you've been monitoring OpenAI in the last 5 years, you will notice that it's a sitcom, really. It's a drama series. They have constantly conflicts. One person gets up and goes, sets up a new company, collects billions because raises billions because OpenAI is insecure AI, and we are going to produce or to manufacture secure AI. So basically, it's the same people from the same sandbox and a range of products to invest into. You want high performance? Invest there. You want the product to be more humane? Invest here. But it feels like the mechanisms at work are much more complicated than what is visible to the eye. I will be done in 23 minutes, and after me, Nika will come to the stage, and Nika knows everything about PR in information security. Is Nika here? I don't see Nika yet. Well, I'd love to see her. The next opposition is transhumanism and technologism. Today, people, well, according to statistics that I saw, 8 to 12% of people leave major IT companies. There is churn. Some very brave people who work at banks and IT companies, they say that we're not going to hire more people to fill the vacancies. The vacancies will be filled by AI.
Кто из вас помнит скандал Amazon с бутылочками?
Do you remember the Amazon scandal and the bottles in stock? Okay, several hands up in the air. Right. One of my favorite stories. Amazon is such a technology-centric company They have warehouses. You have an internal navigator, and if you own a company that employs 100,000 people who work in the warehouses, and they need to be working along certain routes, and they have a very tight schedule, I mean, for the warehouse workers, and sometimes they even said that people can't leave to the restroom outside of the schedule, and the people, the workers, they had to carry bottles with them, because if they leave the route that is assigned to them, they will get fired. So that was a scandal. It was very much in the news, and it's not like it affected Amazon share price very much, but it feels like if the company prohibits people to go to the restroom when this person feels like it, probably this tells you that they are not, I mean, the company is not very human-centric. It means that the company would love to fire all its human employees. Well, at the moment, this is not seen as politically correct because 100,000 people of these workers, they have some political representation, they are voting for someone. So at the moment, this is not politically correct, but it feels like it's an avalanche building of all those fired and laid down and people who are not capable of finding new employment. In the last 10 years, there are certain international institutions that are being analyzing old and new skills. You know that the World Economic Forum publishes a report every year on old and new professions. The blue-collar workers, people in the service industry, it looks like they will lose their jobs first. Like if you are using automatic cashier, you don't need a cash register with a human attached to it, or delivery, or taxi drivers, autonomous cars will soon take the streets. Banking clerks, programmers, developers, coders. I mean, there are already forecast that by the end of the year, 90% of the code will be produced by AI. In the last months, I've been witnessing a situation that wherever I go, a public space, a restaurant, a coffee place, or co-working, students have ChatGPT open, developers have ChatGPT open. It's becoming a habit. These people will need protection because these people will have to pay for their mortgage somehow. Okay, take autonomous driving. This case captured my attention some time ago. It was a kind of a wow insight for me when you go to the third line, the consequences. I mean, you read, I'm sure, in the newspapers that there are autonomous cars, and probably you will conclude that there is no pilot. If it's pilotless vehicle, then there is no pilot in there. So you can count the number of taxi drivers who are threatened by this technology. And there are other drivers as well, truck drivers, special vehicle drivers. They are all threatened by this technology. If you take, say, a truck driver's profile in the United States, then you will see that there are about 3.5 million truck drivers in the US. Most of them are middle-aged, 46 plus, male. They are Republicans. They carry weapons. They wear checkered shirts. It's a kind of a profile, and I don't want to not be able to pay for their mortgage. So you can't just lay it down 3.5 million people and leave them without sustenance because they will take the rake and will attack someone, a congressman, a Tesla, whatever. So because of that, and in view of that, we need to start thinking about new professional tracks and post-capitalist ideas such as universal basic income. how much money do we need to get to these people so that they would sit at their homes in a meta-universe, preferably, so that they would produce dopamine forever. It would never occur to them to go to the street with torches and rakes. So there is a trigger. There are people who can become Luddites, who be converted into Luddites, who would be willing to put pressure on regulators via politicians who represent them, and the regulators will try to hold off progress. At the second stage of reasoning, our environment will change. An autonomous car needs a smart traffic light, a smart gas station, a smart pavement. And nowhere in this loop you will find humans. It means that the environment becomes more comfortable for cars rather than people. The question is, if you make it a comfortable environment for cars, can you still have it comfortable for people? This is the second-degree consequence. And those who are going to build a new infrastructure are going to benefit from this new world. Old infrastructure must also be decommissioned. If you sell your car, or if you buy a second-hand car, it's an important trigger for you. You know that in that country, the movement will start sooner than in another country. It means that all the pilot-driven cars will be probably shedded. They will be exported from the country, and it's going to start happening in 5-7 years. At the next step, you see the statistics. Pilotless vehicles reduce the number of traffic accidents. And we'll assume that in the world where most of the cars are driverless, there will be fewer traffic incidents. You know that transplanted organs today are often produced or generated, harvested from traffic accidents. So what is the implication here? A black market of organs for transplants? We need to have blockchain protocols to trace the organs. We need to have some new ways to stop the human traffickers. Or biotech. Someone will have to create a bionic heart or a bionic liver or some other organs. And as the fourth step in this reasoning chain, you have biotech, right? And subscription models. I don't know how much an Amazon liver going to cost me. Or neural implants from Neuralink. Will we be able to have it in Russia? Or only Russian-made neural implants will be available in Russia? And who's going to be the manufacturer? Rostec? Positive Technologies? Sber? Who are you going to trust more? Think about it. Would you install such a neural implant in your brain? When I talk to my analysts, the consensus is that younger people are more inclined towards neural implants, but not into their head, not into their brain. Maybe some non-critical system, yeah, maybe, like a tail, to get a new tail. But the head, no. It's a risk. Other questions arise. And even today, they sound rather fantastical. But we, as futurologists, we need to consider them. Say, communication between employees. say top management is operating at a different speed from juniors or trainees. Top management operates the vocabulary that is not familiar to the person whose capabilities have not been expanded. This is interesting, but it's not about technology. We are talking now about psychology and communication and maybe even moral and ethics. A customer manager, would it be okay for them to connect to a client's brain? You have a banker, and should you be always online 24/7? Should the bank be able to connect to you, to your brain, if you work in a bank? If I have a neural implant from a bank, can the bank appear in my dreams? Is it okay? Probably for promotion, to advertise new deposit rates. Probably the bank will find the good idea to come to me in my dream, like the chairman of the board comes to me in my dream and explains to me why I should open a new deposit. And I wake up thinking that probably I should open a new deposit. Well, from today, you may think that this is wild dreaming, but things are changing so fast. What is going to happen if a neural prosthesis is hacked and ransom is demanded to unblock it? Or they will start mining the cryptocurrency, your head or your hand or your arm. Its functionality is used for a DDoS attack or to mine cryptocurrency.
Того, что вы знаете о темной стороне преступности. Кстати, поднимите...
You all know that there are criminals. Do we have criminals in the room, by the way?
Нет.
No hands.
Ну, хорошо.
Okay, fine.
Друзья мои,
Okay, dear friends, I've got a book. It's a bit more profound than this presentation on the stage. I've got several copies with me. If anyone wants to get a copy free, please approach to me. We've got 11 minutes left. Do you have any questions? Any response on your side is welcome. Yeah, please raise your hand if you would like to ask a question or share a comment, or make a remark, or maybe advertise your startup.
Нету?
No?
Окей.
Okay.
Ну, окей.
Okay.
Если появится еще 10 минут, тогда поднимайте.
We still have 10 minutes left. Raise your hand. Don't be shy.
В любом случае, утопия, антиутопия — это несбыточная гипотеза.
Utopias and dystopias are dreams.
Верните.
No. Please put it back. We need them in order to test our own readiness to live in a utopian or a dystopian world. I think many of you watched the Black Mirror. You read all the right books. I know that you read not just Orwell's books, but Gibson. Have you read Mona Lisa? Anyone? Oh, good. We do have several cyberpunks here. Maybe you read the Crypto Anarchist's Manifesto or the CryptoPunk Manifesto. Maybe you notice the correlations. The whole festival today is the example of how our society changed in just 30 years. You see that this is now part of business, it's part of government policy, it's part of mass culture. I was 9. My dad took me to a computer club. I remember seeing these bearded guys with an ashtray next to them, and they were sitting somewhere on the ground in a basement, and they were immersed into their world. I fell in love instantly, and then 30 years since, I'm here at Luzhniki, at a festival. The festival the size of a city. What is going to happen in the next 10 years or 30 years, given the rate of acceleration of change? Today, AI helps shape and build and design new chipsets that will be used in the next generation AI systems. Acceleration happens, time shrinks. In a year, as many changes happen as in 10 years or 100 years in the past. The question is, how do we adapt? How do we change? How do we adapt to any scenario?
нашу устойчивость и адаптивность,
We must be resilient and adaptive.
способность не становиться
We must know how to learn,
У меня много друзей,
how to become eternal students, really.
дипломы.
I have many friends who collect diplomas. One executive MBA, another executive MBA, and they're very proud of their ability to study. Does it help them? This collection of diplomas.
Любые образовательные практики сегодня
All educational practices these days are dramatically behind the reality. You have to study, you have to learn. But the question is, what to learn?
которая пришла нам несколько лет назад.
There's a metaphor that occurred to us a couple of years ago. It's still relevant. It's about
шестереночка, и у каждой
a nut, or, well, not a nut, but rather
навык. Это то, что мы знаем, умеем, это весь
a will, a toothed will. Every tooth on this will is our diplomas, our skills, our practices, our experience and knowledge. And we, as this toothed will, we are part of a mechanism. We wake up in the morning, but it's a different mechanism now. And our tooth, or teeth rather, they no longer align with the new mechanism. So today or tomorrow or in the evening, start thinking whether the mechanism to which you belong, with which you associate yourselves, is it adaptable itself? Is it adaptive? Will you be able to adapt if the mechanism changes in the next 5 years? You build yourself into a mechanism today, but what will happen in 5 years' time? You will wake up in the morning and I don't know, there is only one mechanism left instead of millions of mechanisms available today. So would you be able to get attached to this single mechanism? We start competing not just with other humans, we are competing with other entities, such as AI agents, with some other actors or people with neural implants.
В России есть своя специфика, но тем не менее мы сейчас говорим в целом.
The labor market is changing. It's getting more complex.
Возможностей и люди обычные. Вот как вам стать необычным? Вам какие?
Can you become unusual or different? Can you grow new teeth on your will?
Индийский блогер, который на YouTube условно вам расскажет, как эта штука работает.
There are bloggers on YouTube who will be able to explain things and offer new ideas. So being able to find information and composing your own list for development, that's very important. You have to know for yourself what kind of tools you need to grow.
Третье, наверное, нам нужно перестать быть в идеальном случае.
And, well, actually, in the perfect world, we should stop being wheels in another mechanism. We should be as adaptive as to change ourselves, our own shape, to stop being a wheel and become a cube or a rhombus or a sphere. We are a polymer that is capable of changing its shape.
В это устаревающее
It's a line. We are adaptive. We are changing, changeable. Think about it in the context of your personal and career development, in the context of your company, because all these questions
те темы, по которым нам придется принимать решения на уровне
are the ones on which you will have to decide in the future, whether you're a top manager or not.
Вопрос про детей, он
Children.
О чем бы я ни говорил, всегда.
Wherever I speak, people ask about children, how to bring them up, what kind of profession give them, how can we help them be happy.
Мне кажется, здесь мы можем только
Now, this is complicated.
слушать свое сердце.
It's hard. Teach them to listen to their heart, teach them to make mistakes, teach them to know, to make mistakes and to get up after they fell. This is hard. I'm looking at the audience right now. I know that you were born in one world and you learned how to live in a different world. You all remember the old phones with a reading disk. Now you use touch phones. These kids, the kids of today, they grew up in today's world. They're trying to open a window using their fingers to scale it out, scale it up. They've got different opinion leaders. They would be more likely to fall in love with AI friends or girlfriends. This is controversial. Recently, there was a survey, I think 70-something% of Alpha Gen people said that it's okay to be in a relationship with AI. It's okay. It's normal. We are okay with that. But the same generation, I think about 50%, said that they would like to try the world without the internet. They heard about it, they've never seen it, they can romanticize it, and it would be okay to look at it at least, to give it a try. So, dear friends, our technologies is the gene from the Pandora's box. We open these boxes every single day, and it feels like the one thing that we need at every level in our decision-making is awareness of the consequences of our choice. We will all have to experience the future. I love these words, actually. I think it's quite constructive, and it implies responsibility for your decisions. The quote is, the best way to predict the future is to create it with your own hands. So I hope that we are going to have a happy future, that when taking decisions today and now and at our jobs, and if you are a regulator, if you are a salesperson, if you are hiring and firing, I hope that in every decision you make, you will be guided by the well-being of others and of the world. Because otherwise someone else is going to build the future for us, and we may not be happy with where we end up. Okay, you did want to ask me questions, so I'm going to take the book away with me. We still have a minute. You have a question? The question is off the microphone. How do I see the future in 30 years? Okay, you're going to get the book. Thank you. My vision of the future is, well, actually, all my scenarios are dystopian, and this is a conscientious choice. People call me the angry futurologist or future expert, because my scenarios are rather dramatic. Because I believe that if we see a scenario that we don't like, we'll go back to today and we will decide to follow a different path. And I dream about the future where technology is accessible to everyone, not to a limited group of people. I dream of a future where we will have more positive inputs, and where we will be skilled at mitigating risks. I dream of a future that is not dystopian. Although I talk about technologies, I think that the future should be human-centric, and technology should be a tool to release the potential of a human. Humans should not be a stage in the evolution. We should stay at the center of the world. Thank you very much. I wish you a very productive day and a wonderful festival. Nika is looking at me and she's smiling, and she will be taking the stage pretty soon. I hope you welcome her very much, and thank you for your attention. We'd like to thank the speaker for the analysis of the tomorrow's scenarios. We are going to break for 10 minutes. Please be back here at 2 p.m. We will talk about anti-crisis communications in a situation of a cyber attack.
Друзья, продолжаем программу докладом про антикризисные коммуникации при кибератаке. Число инцидентов растет с каждым годом, и ни одна организация не может считать себя на 100% защищенной. Если компанию атаковали, снизить репутационные риски помогут грамотные антикризисные коммуникации. Каких ошибок стоит избегать и как правильно сообщить об инциденте, вы узнаете из этого доклада. На сцену приглашается Ника Комарова, консультант по стратегическим коммуникациям и пиар.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья. Добрый день. Привет, Facets. Я очень рада здесь всех видеть. Очень рада стоять на этой сцене. По данным организаторов, на эту сцену не так.
All of you. According to the organizers, you don't all usually host PR experts here during the session, so I'm really honored and privileged to be addressing the audience today. Hopefully, in the subsequent events, you will have more slots for PR specialists. The cyber attacks are becoming more multiple. It means that the companies need to communicate during a cyber attack properly. They need to they need to know how to talk about cyber attacks. Unfortunately, not every case is a success, and today we are going to discuss about the failures and mistakes, and we'll see what is a competent anti-crisis communication, what it is, and we will try in real time to experience a crisis caused by a cyber incident and get out of it with flying colors. If you are ready, let's get started. And the first thing I wanted to discuss with you is terminology. These are the words I'm going to refer to all the time, so I want everyone to be on the same page. What is a crisis? So a crisis is a situation that's limited in time. It's non-stable and a dynamic process.
Что такое киберинцидент? Я думаю, что каждый из вас может объяснить.
What is a cyber incident?
Но я искала специальное определение, которое
I was looking for a definition, a good definition, a workable one. I found it at one of the American expert think tanks, and they say that cyber incident is an event that is associated with a breach of information security that can result in data loss, interruptions in the system operation, financial losses, and reputational damage. PR analysis or intelligence, what is it? Okay. We'll need this term during the day. PR intelligence is a dynamic process that requires constant monitoring and adaptation of the anti-crisis message based on measurable results. We need to define the channels of communication. We need to decide on the wording that we're going to use. That's PR intelligence. Anti-crisis, it's not the same as you reading sometimes. We are going through an attack. We are taking measures. No, that's not it. Anti-crisis is a set of measures that is aimed at forecasting, prevention. If you haven't prevented it, then aimed at fixing the crisis and regulating the consequences of the crisis. So anti-crisis is a process that includes collection, processing, and distribution of information during a crisis situation. So the industry of cybersecurity is much dependent on the regulators. So, do regulators instruct us how to behave during a crisis, during a security breach? Well, there is a Russian standard that's called GOST. It's the government standard. And the GOST says that the roles and the responsibilities of an incident response team must be defined together with the procedures of informing and about the incident and the process and procedures of information exchange. The GOST also says that we need to have a correct and a consistent approach to incident management, including information exchange And finally, the GOST, the Russian government standard, also says that we need to analyze the findings from the incident management process. So these are the key instructions in the GOST. So what the world thinks about incident management, there is the American Institute of National Standards, NIST, and the NIST says that we need to have a response plan. A response plan covers external communications and public relations, and they are the two key elements of such a plan. GDPR, the European regulation, very stringent European regulation. We know that many large corporations were fined under GDPR. The Marriott hotel chains, the British Airways, they were all fined for the loss of private data, for lots of other, well, TikTok, other social media, other social media that is banned in Russia. Well, anyway, what GDPR does, it demands its timely and legally correct message. So that means PR people need to cooperate with legal, and they will rely in their communications on the data that they will get from the information security people. And the ISO standards, there are many different standards in this domain, and the ISO focuses on planning and preparation to incidents, including communication, and they also call the operators to analyze the incidents and have lessons learned. So this is theory, right? We all understand that, yes, communication is important, there must be a plan, everything must be in line with the laws and regulations, and the message should be worded properly. But these standards do not give you an algorithm, right? They do not tell you which steps you must take exactly. So that means the companies interpret the standards themselves, and very often the results are not very brilliant. So let's look at the most typical mistakes that companies make when they communicate about their incidents publicly. It's my personal collection of mistakes. I've been gathering this information for 20 years, and we consulted many different companies during the process. So I was, filling my database with their practices. Anyway, the first group of mistakes, the first category is communication mistakes. What companies do wrong is they keep silent. Well, if we don't tell anyone, maybe no one will find out what happened. But the idea is, and you know it better than me, the nature of a cyber incident is such that not only your company may be the victim of that particular attack. Besides, there are independent researchers, there are consultants, there are cybersecurity companies who helped you get out of it. They will tell the world about this particular case, but how does your behavior look in that circumstances? How does your reputation look if you just take a step to the side and keep silent? Others, well, they pursue their own goals. They want to be better known in the field. They want to, all the hackers themselves, they will disclose the data. So once again, if you keep silent, it means that you are not controlling the situation yourselves. Rather, somebody else is controlling the flow of events to you. Okay, if the company decides to tell the world about the cyber incident, but it took time to get all the agreements and alignments and approvals and decide on the message, so it's even worse than keeping silent. Why is that? If the information is already out, then and then if you publish your own communication, it means that you are kind of trying to find excuses for yourself. And again, you are not controlling your own reputation in this flow. There was this recent Russian incident, right? The company kept silent for 4 days. So everyone was already talking about it. The Telegram channels were full of the rumors. They kept silent for 4 days. 4 days is too long. You shouldn't do it like that. Or problems with technical data during the anti-crisis communication. There is one simple rule. Everything that will be or can be misinterpreted will be misinterpreted. Everything that can be taken out of the context will be taken out of the context. There shouldn't be any ambiguity. You have to be absolutely clear about what happened. You have to be clear and accurate in your communication. The Russian incident, another case study, the company said that our infrastructure did not suffer, no client suffered. It's business as usual for us. And then the next sentence there, we are working to fix the consequences of this attack. Well, what are you fixing exactly? If everything is business as usual, no one suffered, no one fell victim. Okay, so or another case from my practice, the company is confused about authorization and authentication. I mean, the words do sound similarly, but it's a question of trust. How should we read your message? Are we talking about authentication, identification, authorization? Or another thing. A satellite crisis is provoked by the company's message during an incident. It means that a new crisis will be provoked by your message, in addition to the one that is already unfolding. So Ticketmaster. It's a public incident, it's a public story, it's a public case. Ticketmaster, they sell tickets to concerts, to gigs, sports events. And the attacker, I think they stole 500,000 tickets, and they told Ticketmaster, pay me a ransom, or I will post, or I will offer the tickets for free. And Ticketmaster said, it all lies. You will not be able to use these tickets because they are protected, and you need to have physical tickets to enter a concert venue. And the attacker proved to be a guy who took offense easily, and he indeed posted tickets to Metallica concerts, Foo Fighters, Aerosmith. Dozens, thousands of dozens of tickets were out in the open, and every ticket came out with an instruction of how to turn an electronic ticket into a printed ticket. So the company provoked a satellite crisis. They were already in a crisis, they provoked a new one. Inside leakage, inside information. Your employees, say, may turn out to be very talkative, let's call it this way. Another case from international practice, Marks and Spencer. These guys, they're a huge company, actually. They were under a virus, an encrypting virus attack, and they said that, yeah, we are under an attack. We have a plan to ensure business continuity. We are responding to the incident. We apologize for the inconvenience. We are taking measures. So it looked well on the surface. They did everything correct. But then in 3 days' time, the journalists found someone who worked at the headquarters. And anonymously, this gentleman told the journalists about what was happening at Marks & Spencer's. He said that the company is in panic, that the employees stay overnight, they don't leave offices for their home, and this gentleman said that we didn't know what was compromised, whether the hackers were still inside our perimeter. We are using personal devices now instead of Microsoft Teams, although in the past using personal devices was prohibited in the company. And then this guy said also that the company didn't have business continuity plans or response plan, which is absolutely contrary to what the company published in its first anti-crisis communication. During my consultations, people tend to ask me, How do you make sure that our own people do not set us up? Well, this is very difficult. Internal communications and external communications should go hand in hand. And you will have to repeat to your people many times that the company only has one authorized speaker, just the CISO, and everybody else is not authorized to open their mouths on the topic. Positional mistakes that companies make, they do not admit to the fact of an incident. A major Russian company, it's a Telegram. I've been reading these messages, and the Telegram was full of indignant messages from the users. What's going on? We can't use your website. The process is not working. What's with the documents? There's so much hate against this company, and the company doesn't respond. So at first they said that, yeah, well, we're experiencing some technical difficulties. Then after a while, they said that, yeah, it looks like it's a failure. And then after 3 days, they said that we are facing a malignant intervention into our infrastructure. So basically a cyber attack. So 3 different versions about why the company wasn't letting the clients, the users, to work as inside the processes that they were used to. So if you have an incident, you have to admit to the fact. Another story. It's not our fault. It's an incident, but it's not our fault. But whose fault is it? Maybe it's the telecom provider, or is it the supplier? Now, the new black in Russia is to push the blame to the supplier, but in reality, this doesn't save the company. A Russian fast food chain hastened to declare that they lost customer data, but it was the supplier, and they give the name in their communication, they give the name of that supplier. But if you're familiar with the case, if not, then I'll tell you that it did not help this fast food chain. They told the regulator that there was a leak, there was a court trial, and the court actually sided with the supplier. Why? Because the fast food chain was the operator of personal data, and the supplier was found not to be guilty. Did it help their reputation? Did it help to build trust of their audiences? Of course not. Should they have come to an agreement with the supplier? Should they have faced the challenge together? Probably. Now, lies and tricks. Well, lies and tricks is not a good story. It's not a good idea. Why is it not a good idea? Because if this comes out, then your crisis will be double the size of the initial crisis. It will swell. It will get enormous. A big American company, a cloud provider, they have this data leak, and they make a statement that product A doesn't have any problems, there wasn't a leak, all customers of product A are safe. Researchers and cybersecurity people doubt that communication, and they start investigating. It turns out that product A did not experience any leak, but there was a leak from product B. So there was a fact of leak. There was a semantic trick. They said that, well, there wasn't a leak here, but they didn't tell anyone where the leak actually happened. Again, a reputational scandal, a lot of anger, people faced away from this company, nasty, not nice. So it's not about trust. You are trying to deceive those with whom you communicate. No empathy. What does it mean? Very often, the company CEO, and usually it's a business position in the company, decide not to apologize. Apologizing is a weak position. Oh, okay, it's not a weak position. It's a position of a responsible company. You understand that this has happened because of you. You recognize the mistake. You are saying you are sorry, and you are truly sorry that you risk the confidentiality of your partners or clients, or you made them worry. Well, they didn't work with you for you to make them worry. So no apologies is a mistake. Tactical aspects. Well, tactics is the responsibility of PR people. What are their mistakes? Usually they make one short statement. We have an incident. We are taking measures. See you later. We'll keep you posted. And then they disappear. As to what is happening after that, have they managed to localize the incident? Have they managed to read the network of the attacker? Are the consequences fixed? Like, no one knows anything, and the company is silent. This is a mistake. Another mistake is the company, it's a cycle, right? It's the whole anti-crisis communication is a cycle. It's a set of activities, and it's in your interest to provide updates, to keep people posted. Indeed, tell the world what you are doing right now, what you intend to do post-incident. Once you have restored your activities, your operations, you have to put a full stop at the end of the sentence. Inform the world that you are done, that the incident is fixed, it's over. And very often companies forget to put a full stop at the end of the cycle. They open the door at the initial communication and they never close this door. Or inconsistency. Well, you know, say there was this inside leak, right? Or say one company is talking about the same incident, but different speakers tell a different story. A case from Russia, two companies actually. One is a responding company and the other the victim of a cyber attack. And the responding company says that, the company, one of the companies says, we registered a series of attacks at our network, and the responding company said, well, actually, it was not a series, it was one attack, and it was yesterday. Either you are talking about different attacks, or maybe there was a series of attacks and the last one was successful. I don't know. It's inconsistent. There shouldn't be any inconsistency or ambiguity. Again, if you're talking about the same attack, then please, keep your message consistent. Keep the narrative consistent. Promises not kept. If you communicate your intentions, if you promise to take certain actions, and then you don't do it, then it's a promise that you didn't keep. It's a promise that you gave to your clients or users. It's bad, and then again, it's something that works against trust. Another thing that I would notice here, and it's something that is not very well developed in the Russian practice, and I would love it to be a better developed practice. In the West, they use microblogs. You have a special microblog for the technical audience, and you use special labels to tell the story again, to tell them that what you are doing, what's the process you are attributing, or whatever. And it's a blog. It's a source of information for journalists, for partners, for whoever. And the mass media, if you have this blog, then mass media cannot really refer to other sources of information. You can have the single source of truth, and you can open it to all the stakeholders. So that was bad practice. What is good practice? What is a good anti-crisis statement? Well, you act fast. You admit the incident. You explain what happened. You assume the blame. You are not saying, we are not at fault, it's their fault. We are empathic and we are open. You have to explain what happened, when it happened, from the start of the incident till detection. Time may go by. And if you responded fast and if you responded correctly, please talk about it. Which systems were affected? Which user data were affected? Probably you don't have the information right now, but at least you have to mention that, tell people that you are working on it, you are collecting the data. Measures. There are measures that have already been taken and the measures that will be taken. So every time you have to cover both aspects. And how you protect yourselves. It's something that Russian companies tend to miss. As a user, I need to understand, does this affect me? And if yes, then what should I do? Should I monitor my account? Should I change my password? Should I go to your branch or office or whatever and take some action there? And Russian companies often forget about this important element. So let's cement that. Normal and competent, efficient communication has a certain value for the business. It creates trust and preserves trust of your clients. The way you display yourselves in an incident shows people what kind of company you are. Can you come together? Can you coordinate actions? Can you withstand problems? Competent communication minimizes reputational damage, and it shows you as a responsible party. If you do everything correctly, this improves the resilience of your company. No one is talking to journalists anonymously, an insider from your company. Competent communication also unites the whole team at the face of the enemy, or against the face of the enemy. And the most important thing of communication is trust. Again, it's trust. It shows how much you value trust. There was this American company that waited for 17 days, 2 weeks, more than 2 weeks, before it wrote a letter to clients about what happened, whether there is an investigation, what they are 17 days. Can you believe that? What's wrong with this cyber incident? Why is it so difficult to communicate in a situation like that? Why so many mistakes? Usually PR people are used to working with crisis, and they have this muscle well developed. What kind of crisis do they deal with usually? Well, a trial maybe, or the shareholders not voting for something, or a license revoked. Anything can be a license. These are the so-called corporate crises. A cyber incident, if it's the base of our crisis, cyber incident has features of a regular crisis, and it also has some special features. What are these features, actually? The information spreads as a lightning. Your positive news doesn't worry people much. A new product, a new appointment, I mean, it will never fly out as fast as a negative bit of news flies out. And you have to work with different audiences as well. You have to address external and internal audiences at the same time. It's very important the time at which you launch your first anti-crisis statement. This is absolutely critical. We never step aside. We never remove ourselves from the information field in a crisis. A crisis holds a lot of potential for disinformation, for fake news. You are in a vulnerable position. Anyone, competitors, conspiracy theory enthusiasts make use of that. We never have complete information, never, especially at the beginning. But we need to write an anti-crisis statement. A client asked me once, well, we don't have the attribution yet. Should we really have an anti-crisis? Of course, you have to have a statement. Attribution is a lengthy process. It's a complicated process. Before you do it, before you are done, you need already be in the public domain and tell people that, yeah, we are working on this incident. What else? This is work under stress. Any crisis is a stress for information security, for PR, for everyone. Why cyber incidents are so stressful? Cyber incidents can be disclosed before you buy a third party. We talked about that. Researchers may research your incident and inform the public about it. Some third party, you may not be the first to tell the people about it. Another thing is the balance. On the one hand, you need to be open. You have to demonstrate your openness and empathy. And on the other hand, you need to keep confidential information closed. You need to strike the balance. It's never easy when we communicate in a crisis. Crisis communication, as such, goes in parallel with the incident development. The difficulty is that we may say something now, but later we'll have to counter our own words. A criminal, an attacker, is also an active actor of this process. They are an opponent who may respond to our crisis statement. Remember Ticketmaster? The attacker was provoked by the anti-crisis statement of the victim company. satellite crisis. So doubling the size of the crisis or satellite crisis, someone else leaks the information or, injects some fake information on top of the actual crisis information, and you will have to rebuke that. Now, what is a crisis? How does it look like? Well, it doesn't look very good. This is not my chart. I relied on research by economists, really. So the economists say that there are several phases in the process. The first stage is the latent phase, when the crisis emergent, then the escalation phase. The escalation phase takes us to the largest, to the biggest, the reddest ball here on the chart. This circle is the peak stage, the complications, the satellite crisis, and you have to fight on several fronts all at once. And if you do everything correctly at the peak stage, the post-crisis stage follows, but there may be some additional research during that time, some new information that will appear in the public field after the peak phase, and the recovery phase, the last one. Usually the economists stop there at recovery, but I would also identify the preparatory stage is everything that happens before the crisis, and the lessons learned phase, or the stage, is the last one following the 5 main stages of the crisis. So let's walk through this workflow. Let's try to get ready for a crisis, then survive a crisis, and then do lessons learned. Now, when is the company truly ready for a crisis? This is a kind of a checklist, right? So please tell us if it works for you or not. If not, then probably you are not ready for a cyber incident crisis. The company is not is ready when the company has an anti-crisis headquarters or some kind of a response team. Usually, this team includes a CISO and a CEO, the head of the partner unit, the head of the client unit, HR, legal, and financier, the CFO. Depending on the size of your company, you may have different people or different number of people on this center, and they may have different roles, but in any case, everyone who may be affected by a crisis, they need to come together in an anti-crisis headquarters. And they must understand their roles and actions during a crisis. And these people in the anti-crisis headquarters, they need to know how to assess the criticality of a crisis for their own functions. And the company must have a model to assess how critical the crisis is for different functions. Besides, they should have protocols. Well, and by the way, people ask me, when do we need to inform our employees? Well, you have to have protocols for internal and external communication. Then the protocols will tell you at which point in time you have to communicate the information to the employees, what kind of information should be shared with the employees, with the customers, with the clients, etc. When we are responding to an incident, every minute counts. It's the same for PR. In PR, every minute counts. We shouldn't be slow, we shouldn't be laggard. And that's why we have an anti-crisis plan, and we have the algorithm, the templates, and the templates for the text, the messages that we'll be sending to the regulators, to the mass media, to the partners, to the clients, as soon as we have the data to populate into these templates. It's going to help us save time. What else do we have? If we are ready, there's just one playbook. It's the item that I saw in the playbook of just one company, only one, but I enjoyed it so much I decided to include it onto the slide. It really helps. I know it from practice. Even if the company is not using the main channel of communication, the anti-crisis HQ needs to communicate. They need to communicate between themselves. And if key channels are compromised, the headquarters, the anti-crisis headquarters, should have alternative communication channels. These guys should know what anti-crisis monitoring is. When we talk about a cyber criminal, we mean Well, we mean studying the public internet, so to say, and the dark segment of the internet as well. The PR people are responsible for the public internet, to monitor the public internet, and information security is supposed to be responsible for darknet, underground, call it whatever you like. They need to monitor that domain, and these people need to be trained at least once. Every time I organize a training, I get so many questions. Who goes now? And who goes now? And are we doing this? Or shouldn't we be doing that? Right? Well, these questions should be rehearsed during the first training. If you are doing drills, then it means that you are doing a great job. It's a checklist, quite universal. And if you follow it, most likely the crisis will not affect you too much. Again, this is a universal model, but we are talking about cyber incidents. And what should a PR look for in a good CISO? Good side, not bad one, good one. A CISO should explain the terminology of information security so that PR can speak the same language with the info security. If CISO says, well, we're pinning the CNC, well, okay, that's fine, but very few PR people will understand what that means. Minimal glossary, simple words, vanilla language. Like PR needs to know how to talk to information security. Next, PR needs a minimal set of scenarios of cyber attacks, DDoS and encrypt data loss, so that they would know what kind of questions to put to the CISO and how these types of incidents may affect the reputation of the company. What else? No one is waiting that CISO is going to say, well, it's a data leak and that's all right, and we will take care of that. No. We are waiting for a dynamic assessment of the incident from the CISO. We provide the initial statement, we keep the public updated. A speaker list. Every PR person should know when CISO talks. Yeah, maybe CISO is the only person to discuss security topics on behalf of the company, or maybe there is someone else in the company who is authorized to speak about incidents, because otherwise there will be a confusion. Templates. All PR communications are pre-approved by CISO. We are saving time, trying to save time. And a good CISO, I recommend that you explain to PR people what is intolerable on their part, what they should never ever do. If I were a CISO, I would say that even if you guys have access to IOCs, IOCs, you can't disclose that information. No IP addresses out, no names or nicknames of attackers, nothing. And no communication on security leaves the company without me vetoing it. So you think that this may be obvious? It's not obvious at all. I was already telling you that an anti-crisis HQ, before they get ready for the incident, while they're getting ready, they're using the model to assess the criticality of the incident. So this is my personal model of assessment. I understand it's a very busy chart, but how do you read this chart? Let's run through it quickly. 6 verticals. 6 functions of your business: security, legal, finance, confidentiality, reputation, and employees. Employees can be the care of, say, HR. Each of these functions will assess the cyber incidents depending on how much it affects them. The security says it's a catastrophe, it's intolerable, it's awful. For security, that means that the level of criticality is very high. Or the legal say, high, it's not destructive, it's pretty strong. Or the finance says, again, destructive, confidentiality. Well, this can be fixed quite quickly. The average or moderate level of criticality. Reputation, not destructive, but still pretty strong impact. And for the employees, no impact. It means that the criticality in this case is low, it's green. If you use different colors, color code, and you will see how many reds, how many oranges, how critical the crisis is for the company and for separate functions, but we're talking about a cyber incident. You know that it's more complicated than a regular crisis. So for CISO and for the team, we have an exercise called the technical parameters. And here, the guys will have to assess the class of data affected, the traffic light protocol. If the class data is TLP, the red is TLP red, top secret data. If the incident affects them, then the level of criticality will be the highest. If it's amber, then it will be high, orange, etc. The volume of data, another technical parameter. Is this a massive leak? If it's massive, then it's critical, etc., etc. And the operations, how is operations affected? Either it's stopped completely or it's partially stopped. Is it death for business? Is it not death for business? Are there any interruptions? No interruptions? You color code it, and you will see whether this incident is truly critical or not. Now, we are ready. We are cool. We are very strong. And then the crisis starts. It starts with a latent stage. We are going to walk through all these stages, and I'm going to explain what is required from CISO and from their team at every step. The crisis, the latent phase, information security notices, anomaly in the network or records an incident. The problem is emerging. It's not out in the public yet. Maybe there are some news channels already discussing that. Maybe there are rumors that one customer is not very happy, but again, it's not very public yet. It's the last stage where you can take action, where you can prevent escalation. After that, you will not get a chance. If the information security officer is capable of stopping the incident there, then, well, consider yourself to be lucky. CISO does primary assessment of the incident and speaks about the confidence, high, low, etc. Then you inform the anti-crisis HQ. We have an incident, and provides PR with the data so that they can take a decision on what kind of communications you release together with the CISO. The anti-crisis headquarters get together and they start working. They start assessing the incident based on the roles. And this is where we launch the monitoring, PR analysis intelligence. The security monitors the darknet, and we agree about the markers at this stage. When if any member of the headquarters sees anything, particularly in this incident, from the perspective of their own function, they have the right of inviting everyone to discuss that. Or you can also engage a third-party provider. Escalation. Now, second phase. This is when the mass media and the Telegram channels start discussing the incident. The news gets out. The information spreads, more and more people get involved. Here at this stage, we don't have PR, no HR, no CISO. We only have the anti-crisis manager. We are now in full anti-crisis mode. The CISO has much work to do, and the CISO provides not initial but verified data about the incident at this stage. At this point, CISO should know how critical the crisis is, which systems are affected, etc., etc. They check the technical features of the statement to be released. That is to say that the technical data is correct there. We also need to have a Q&A for PR. Why? Because when we start releasing the anti-crisis statement, we will start getting questions immediately from second one. We save time always, and we must have the questions ready and the answers ready. We should be ready to talk to mass media. And at the anti-crisis HQ, they get updates from the CISO about the development of the incident, or the mitigation, or the recovery of the systems. At this stage, at the peak, it's too late to release the anti-crisis statement. Your statement goes out at an earlier stage, at the escalation stage. This is when you open the hotline, etc. And this is when and you remember about the employees, this is where we activate the protocols for external and internal communication, and we talk to the employees during escalation, not at the peak stage here, because at the peak stage they will read about your incident elsewhere. customers will start asking you questions, partners will start asking you questions. Under your post in social media, you will start getting feedback. You have to aggregate all of that and review the feedback. You remember the incident of the Russian company whose Telegram channel was full of hate and anger? Well, you have to collect all this data, upload it into ChatGPT. You have to understand, are you responding to the questions coming from your audience? If not, then you have another anti-crisis statement ready and release it, containing the answers to the questions that you haven't responded to until now. It's not moving the... Well, we're going to stop at the trigger stage. Okay. Oh, good. The peak phase. Escalation always gets us to the peak, and the peak is the worst place to be. This is when the stress is maximum and our incident is in the headlines, in the social media, everywhere, a lot of negative feedback, and this is the most dangerous stage where disinformation appears, where fake facts, fake news appear, and this is where we risk to lose control over the whole situation. What the CISO does, the CISO keeps fighting. The CISO provides verified technical data for the updates, not the initial, for the updates for the case, localization, impact, minimizing the impact, etc. Why are we doing this? For us to do our own communications, new ones. And someone in the CISO team validates public information as well. Again, if there are any lies or wrong facts or anything, then together with the PR service, the CISO will have to counter that information. We have our initial message, another message. We are working together with the mass media, and the special feature of this phase is we also monitor the tonality, as we call it, the tone of recommendations. You may have seen the board of PR in the PR rooms, positive, neutral, and negative comments from the audience, from the market. If we have more positive comments than neutral or negative comments, it means then we need to push harder and more. In the post-crisis, the cooling ashes. Why I call it the cooling ashes stage? Because it is still a dangerous stage to be in. Even at this stage, when we get fewer questions from the media, when the attention of the public switches to something else, a researcher or a competitor may wake up and launch a campaign against you, perhaps. Something may still happen at this stage. So the CISO confirms to the headquarters that we are no longer in the active stage of the incident. We are managing it fine. We have either totally removed or considerably removed the threat. And at this stage, the CISO provides an initial report and a final statement together with PR. The crisis mode is off. We are back to regular business mode, and we keep monitoring, and we still are taking precautions. We are not releasing any additional communications. We keep a pause. This is for us. This is the time for us where we can assess the efficiency of our communications. And if we did everything correctly, the next stage is recovery. PR people ask me, when do we drink Prosecco? Well, at the recovery stage, not at the early stages. In the evening of the recovery stage, you can open a bottle of Prosecco. Anyway, this is where we give each other feedback. We are now getting more neutral publications in the media, or positive publications even. Our social media is now discussing something else. We are doing fine. CISO is still alive, and the CISO completes the technical investigation, the forensic, and prepares a full technical report for lessons learned and training the team. And there is the regulator. The regulator tells us that we need to have lessons learned, and you finalize the data about the scale of the incident, the impact, the volume, and the type of data, if it's data leaked. Anyway, antichrist at the recovery stage. After a while, This is where we put a full stop to the whole process. We released the final statement. We overcame the threats. We quarantined the data, or whatever. We did a great job. We analyze our own actions. We start monitoring the environment as usual, and if everything is okay, then the headquarters winds down. The final stage, it's something that I feel the need to identify, learning from your experience, and this stage can be delayed in time compared to earlier stages. So latent, trigger, peak, they succeed one another quite rapidly. But this very last stage, you do it at your own comfort. You select the time. You're already done with this crisis. You need to let yourselves some time to analyze the incident. And you have to do complete assessment. What CISO does is, now, the CISO is getting some rest. The CISO is preparing a presentation for the technical team. Here is the recent case. This is what we did wrong. This is what we didn't do wrong. This is a presentation for the technical team of the CISO. So a good CISO, we are talking about good CISO. Good CISO is going to have a feedback session with PR and other departments of the company. This is what we did wrong. This is what we did right. And after that, CISO gets at the table with PR and they start planning a long-term strategy to recover the reputation. Usually it takes 3 to 9 months. It can include task forces, working groups, meetings with communities, open events, closed events, major public report about the cyber attack, or a series of blog posts, anything. So you have to plan that, and then you have to execute the plan accordingly. No anti-crisis measures are required at this stage, but the anti-crisis headquarters, in their comfort, they will update the regulations of the company, they will update the protocols that the company has had, the checklists, the everything. And this is when you can carry out an extensive PR analysis of the incident, whether you did everything within the golden hour window, etc., etc. So 2 key questions to ask yourselves at this stage is the psychological climate inside the company. Have we not lost the loyalty of our employees? Is everyone calm and quiet? Do people, our own people, understand that we successfully survived this attack? If there is anxiety, then HR and internal communications need to take care of that. If there aren't any anxiety hotspots, then we did a great job. And another component is clients and their comfort. It's a long-term research, and it would be wonderful if you did it. Then it will give you a 360 degrees view of the crisis situation. Well, this is the outcome of this presentation. I'm going to read what's written there. Information security and PR must cooperate. It is key to competent, timely, anti-crisis communication in order to minimize the damage for the business and its reputation. I hope that you can really appreciate the message here. This is me, and this is my Telegram channel. Do subscribe. And there I have a lot of case studies. And you can also contact me if you need a consultation. Thank you very much. My name is Nika Komarova, and thank you, PhDs. Dear friends, we hope that cyber attacks will bypass you, but just in case, please remember this presentation. Let's have a break now. In 10 minutes, we are going to have another session that will be very useful to cyber leaders. Please stay tuned for more.
make me talk, and you make me feel, and you make me shout. What I'm trying to do is feel trust.
Спикеры следующей сессии обсудят вызовы для CISO. В новой реальности директор по ИБ – это ключевой игрок, который может влиять на стратегию компании. Сегодня CISO должен говорить на одном языке с топ-менеджментом, управлять рисками и обеспечивать киберустойчивость бизнеса. Как адаптироваться к новым вызовам и какие навыки нужно освоить, обсудим на этой сессии вместе с действующими киберлидерами, представителями
About that with the cyber leaders, community representatives and business leaders. Please welcome Alexey Lukatsky, our moderator, business consultant for information security at Positive Technologies. Tushar Dinesh Vartak, executive VP and head of information cybersecurity and anti-fraud with RAK Bank, United Arab Emirates. Ahmad Mohammad Sabri Al-Jamal, the specialist for information security risk management with Arab Islamic Bank. Michel Rodriguez Averov, the director for information security with ETEXA. Evgeny Rudenko, head of cybersecurity department with Rambler & Co. Anastasia Gainetdinova, IT security leader, Whoosh.
Добрый день, коллеги.
And a very good day to you, colleagues. A very good day to everyone here at the Grand Arena, and welcome everyone who is watching us online, everyone who will be watching us later as a recorded session. Today we will talk about a topic that is quite complicated, the future of a cyber leader, the person who in a company is responsible for cyber resilience, cyber security, for all these topics and matters that often are not perceived very well by top management, because if everything works fine, security is invisible. And this is what we wanted to discuss today, and the first question I wanted to address to the panel, and I'd like to invite everyone, starting with Tushar, to answer the following question. CISO, today, should they be business leaders rather than technical leaders? Because historically, the idea was that security specialists are technical guys, and then compliance came around. And we all have to be compliant. But what about the business component? Should CISO be business leaders, like today and tomorrow? CISO, is this a business or a technical guy?
Can you microphone? Yeah. No. Can you take mic? Yeah.
Thanks, Alexei. A CISO these days have to be absolutely business aligned. In fact, they don't really call them CISOs anymore. It is Business Information Security Officer. It's really important to be able to speak business language. The role has changed from somebody who would patch vulnerabilities to somebody who would work closely with business and explain, be able to explain the issues that you will face in terms of risk. And it is really important to be able to speak the business language, stuff like risk quantification, the probability of an impact occurring, and how it will impact the business decisions.
Спасибо, Ahmad.
Thank you, Ahmad. The same question goes to you, especially with respect to finance, as applied to finance. Regulation matters a lot, and compliance matters a lot in the field of finance. Do you think that too much attention is put on compliance? Should CISO be responsible for business solutions, for business decisions?
Okay, yes, he is leader because he is a connection with board of director and reporting for board of director. And he is a level up of IT technician and IT infrastructure. So he is a leader for all services and how to government for and compliance and all compliance for all requirement for BMA or for strategy, and he is responsible for strategic for all bank and policies. So he is a leader for anything have to in the company.
Спасибо, спасибо. Мичель, вопрос к вам. Вот насколько поменялась роль ЦИСа за последние 3-5 лет? Что появилось нового в вашей роли, например?
Muchas gracias. A ver, hoy los retos con respecto a la ciberseguridad, de lo que puede tener un CISO dentro de una organización de telecomunicaciones como es la que represento, va asociado desde un lenguaje un poco más asociado y apegado a los negocios que le permitan a los líderes de la empresa entender los riesgos que tiene la ciberseguridad. También está asociado a las nuevas tendencias de inteligencia artificial, que viene dando dos aspectos importantes, tanto beneficios como desventajas. Primero, principalmente los beneficios nos va a permitir hacer análisis mucho más proactivos ante amenazas y analizar grandes
related skills, and CISO should be capable of in-depth risk analysis
que sus análisis sean más certeros.
to detect
Las principales desventajas que nos trae como reto de estas tecnologías
potential threats.
van a tener estas tecnologías para hacer marketing
Another challenge
sofisticado, ingeniería social.
that CISOs face is, again, to keep learning all the time, to be informed about the latest technologies, most advanced technologies, never to stop learning, to be aware of the threats that advanced technologies pose. We are in a constant learning position, and CISOs should know how to recover a company in case of a threat or an attack. Whatever the company's size, small or large, every company is susceptible to threats. The current spectrum of threats is very wide, and we should ensure cybersecurity. If we were to combine these two questions, what changed in the last 3-5 years in the work of a CISO? Today, a CISO, again, is this a technical guy and responding to, I don't know, regular security person, or responding to the IT director, a CIO, or CISO is now on par with other executives on the company. Has it already happened? Is it going to happen in several years' time? When will CISO take a seat at the same table with the big boys and the big girls who are responsible for distributing resources of the company? Well, I believe that this future is here and now, at least to a degree. One of the key drivers in the development of cybersecurity in the recent years was the government, because of certain risks, at least here in Russia. And now there is regulation that applies especially to the companies within the domain of critical infrastructure. So there is regulation, there are requirements towards the people who fill in the positions of information security officers. There are requirements in terms of whether they should sit or not sit on the boards. But it's a trend. It's definitely a trend. And I'm absolutely convinced that in coming years, one of the key drivers in the development of cybersecurity will be the state, because of the times in which we live. Probably Russia is slightly ahead of other jurisdictions in this respect, and the colleagues elsewhere will have to face that sooner rather than later. And this means that a CISO cannot be just a technical guy anymore. A CISO needs to be aware of the market movements, where the business is going, what risks exist, say, on the part or that are generated by new regulations or new geopolitical environment. So it's something that we had to face quite recently. In 2021, we all were thinking about what we would be doing if root certificates would be revoked or our apps will be removed from the stores. And many people smiled when we talked about that. But then all these things happened. You know, today the role of CISO is already quite pronounced. It's quite substantial. In the future, it will grow. true. Business will have to align itself with CISO, and just being a technical guy, you can't manage things you don't understand. Without business knowledge, you will not be able to participate in these processes. So again, CISOs will have to learn about the market, about the trends, about business communication things. Okay, thank you very much, Anastasia. The same question to you. Changes in CISO functionality in the last 3-5 years. Are CISOs about technology or are CISOs about business today? Well, there is certain change, and we have gathered here people from big companies. I represent not a very big company, and at least to me, it is quite evident that CISOs as a business position, they are here. And I think that this is an executive position. And of course, technology matters. It's very important. The workflow, the process, the CISO has to understand what CISO manages. I agree totally with what colleagues said. But in terms of risk and strategy management, I'd say CISO needs to be a visionary. Visionary not only in terms of where the market is evolving, but visionary in terms of what risks might emerge. We have now all encountered geopolitical risks, artificial intelligence, quantum computing. Where else? I mean, what else may emerge tomorrow? What should be within the field of vision of a modern CISO? Thank you. Colleagues, I have another question to you. You may find it quite complicated. At least our international guests had the experience of not being led by the security guys into the speaker room because you had the badges of the wrong color. Last year, the security people here followed our instructions, and they would only admit people whose badge said organizer, but actually, or other stuff, right? But they wanted the badges to read organizer, not staff. You know, again, security and the syndrome of a guard, of a security guard. Should security be a brake, or should security be a transformer in a company? How can we make security people take responsibility for a company's resilience?
The analogy that is given is security is like brakes on a car, and they allow you to go faster. I would say that that analogy needs to change in the recent times, that we are more like seat belts or traction control more than brakes. And not only that you allow people to go fast or slow down when you see an issue, you basically give your business the confidence to go ahead full steam.
Спасибо. Анастасия, вот, кстати, вопрос про тормоз.
Well, Anastasia, speaking about brakes, is security a brakes or is it a safety belt? In scooters, you also set a limit to the speed that the scooter can gain. How do you strike the balance between security and the comfort of the user? We would all love a ride overnight Moscow, for instance. Well, it's the same as with speed limits. First, you set a speed limit, and our users start complaining and asking questions in the media. As soon as you remove the speed limit, well, some people complain that the speed limit is too low, others complain that it's too high. It's the same with security. There is no universal balance that everyone will be happy with. There will always be someone not happy with how you arrange matters. I believe that we should be aspiring for acceptable security. There will always be people who will disagree with the current security policy of the company. Why can't I use my work computer to download a torrent? I understand, I'm simplifying things, but there is a limit, a threshold, and the CISO is always crossing the line. You go above it, your back office office will attack you. You go below it, the whole office will attack you. Okay, Ahmad, the same question. How do you find the balance between restrictions and opportunities in business in terms of cybersecurity? Is this possible? Is this balance possible at all in the financial world?
In the first, CISO is regarding to risk management, and he is risk assessment and analysis for any risk will happen. And the aim of this risk register or risk assessment to mitigate any risk. Cyber will prevent cybersecurity team will prevent any service to stop or any service to down. We need to business quantity to all services and all system will no take down in the process. In the first aim of the operation, cybersecurity will okay. Cybersecurity and risk management have to lead the aims. PCP is good without any takedown for all operation and system. Okay.
Спасибо. Мичель, вопрос...
Okay, Michel, a question to you. Yevgeny mentioned that Russia is slightly ahead of other countries in terms of the impact that the government has on cybersecurity. In Latin America, in Cuba, how great is the influence of the government over cybersecurity? Can companies independently decide on what to do and what not to do in terms of cybersecurity?
Uno de los retos también muy fuertes que tenemos hoy es el personal preparado para determinar.
Well, indeed, this is another important question.
El personal juega un papel
We have
importante en la
trained specialists.
Uno de los retos que tiene hoy el CISO
All personnel is aware of the fact that they play a role and they should help the company avoid the risks and the threats. And the company implements all the latest security technologies. Our personnel and our team is a kind of a sponge that absorbs all the latest trends, all the innovative solutions. We develop ecosystems to ensure cybersecurity. We've got databases. We develop them ourselves, and they are very well protected. They're secure. And, of course, we meet the requirements of the state. There are certain standards, there are certain norms and regulations that we must follow in case of data protection to the personal data protection in particular. We should be compliant, make adjustments when necessary. The systems must constantly be updated and brought in line with the regulatory requirements constantly. And our role, our function in the company is very important. In every company, in every country, cybersecurity and information security, that's critical infrastructure. It is always vulnerable regardless of the protection that you provide. We must secure personal data, and this requirement is set by the state. These requirements demands that we be trained, that we be professional, that we gain new skills, go through advanced training courses. Our customers must feel confident dealing with us.
Спасибо, спасибо. Ну вот, смотрите, у нас...
Thank you very much.
упоминалось буквально вскользь и про квантовые технологии, про искусственный
We have already touched upon artificial intelligence and quantum computing.
технологии, а также, наверное, какие-то иные и интернет вещей.
As a rule, these technologies, along with big data, IoT, decentralized systems, distributed ledger, Web3, usually they fall within the jurisdiction of digital transformation executives or some other department in the company, not information security department. Evgeny, if you are a CISO, if you are an information security officer, then should you, as a CISO, understand the objects that you are protecting? In the office, we know how to protect Linux, iOS, macOS, whatever. We know how to protect network equipment or web. And now there is this artificial intelligence, which is quite a special product. Weird data, weird models coming from somewhere, untrusted environment. We start building some business process on top of this weird solution. Start taking decisions. So is it the responsibility of information security people to be even ahead of digital transformers in the company, to be knowledgeable about these latest technologies? Should we be telling the business, yeah, that this is possible, but this we should probably delay with implementing it? Maybe we should first protect the Internet of Things. And let's do that first. So what's the role of state-of-the-art technologies in the world of CISO, in your world? Well, I don't want to be a brake on the car. So I need to be at least to a degree competent in the state-of-the-art technologies. You also said that there are, usually in the company, you've got data scientists, there are people who are responsible for a particular part of, I don't know, production in this company. You can't be competent in everything. You can't be competent in every aspect of a business operation. But you should try. And the only option that I see here is to be included into this process of innovations. So there is this visionary who comes and says, here are the processes, here are the new technologies, this is what we need to implement. And then you need to do your own analysis, your own investigation, because we will be responsible for securing all of that. You know, you need to be involved in these deployments. You need to be involved in planning a deployment. There will be a new ML. Okay, where they will run, what kind of data they will have access to. We will never be able to say it, on day zero, because we learn in the process, all of us. So we should be partners to all these people. Probably will never be visionaries ourselves, probably will never be headlighters of such innovations, but to be involved, to participate, to cling to every such project, it's our role, it's our task. Anastasia, did you want to add anything? Well, actually, yes, and I also wanted to look at this question from a different perspective. The team, because CISO is an executive, it's a managerial role. And of course, but the CISO can do very little without the team. And if on your team you've got people who are competent in ML or competent in other innovations, it's a good idea to be friends with these people. And you also asked us about what we are protecting, what we are securing. So there are two aspects of this. What we are securing ourselves against, what we are securing ourselves from, and what we are securing. It's a double-edged sword. So the technology is neither evil or good. It's how you apply it. Practice shows that the attacking side tends to be quick learners. They put latest technologies to use much faster. And we have ethical questions, we have security questions, we need to consider lots of different aspects. So the question is, what we are protecting and what we are protecting from. And at Samarkand, your scooter, do you have antivirus? We've got IoT. We've got IoT. Okay, Tushar, the same question about security of artificial intelligence. Where should CISO start if the company decides to implement AI projects?
Certainly. So when we look at AI, for example, there are both sides who are using AI. Now, you look at Gen AI, for example, the attackers are using it to craft phishing mails that are more convincing. We used to train users that look for a salutation that is missed or something that is not correct in terms of grammar in an email. But that's not the case anymore. Everybody is using ChatGPT to form those phishing mails, and they're very well written. So, but this is not only one side. The security teams are also using generative AI tools. For example, we use generative AI tools to triage an incident much faster than we would otherwise if we were doing it manually. We also use generative AI to generate some creatives, marketing creatives that are consistent using Midjourney and the character consistency feature that Midjourney offers. So there are a lot of ways in which you can really use Gen AI. Talking a little bit about how the cybersecurity teams can get involved in the early stages of anything that the bank or the organization is trying to do. There are two ways in which generally teams or cybersecurity teams get involved. One is at the end of it when the product is built, it is ready to go to market, and that point in time a risk assessment is done, and you suddenly have 15 risks that you start worrying about, and it is going to delay the launch of the product. In my opinion, a better way is to get involved since the beginning, since the drawing board stage. When it comes to you as an idea, it starts shaping as a business product so that you can bake security instead of bolting security afterwards once the product is built.
Спасибо большое. Ахмат.
Thank you very much, Ahmad. What are the innovative technologies in addition to artificial intelligence? Is your bank using or your bank has been considering in the past year? Have you yourselves assessed the risks of a particular novel technology in the past year?
Yes, today all systems have AI solution and AI features. It is very important today to think about AI, but have a risk when using AI. We will analysis for risk is regarding and with the AI solution or AI systems. But it is a part of the whole system today, and we will think about AI and put in strategic. Yes, I am with AI.
Спасибо. А вот смотрите, в принципе, наверное, вам сейчас это...
Okay, thank you very much. And probably it is wrong to put this question to you right now, because you are the showcase of the answer to the question. But the question is, should CISOs today be public figures? Again, historically, the idea was that security should be kept silent, there should be hush-hush. We don't want hackers to learn about our security solutions. So security was always a rather closed topic. We didn't want to put it in the spotlight. And the same applied to CISOs, really. CISOs were never considered public figures. But what about now? Presentation skills, public speaking, is it critical for a modern-day CISO? Would you give modern CISOs any advice? For you, is this a necessity? Is this part of your role? Are you supposed, does the business think that you are supposed to represent the company inside and outside? Evgeny, let's start with you. this, the public role of a CISO? Is this a norm? Well, I think that your question is linked to another one. Is cybersecurity a competitive advantage for modern-day companies? It's a question that we discussed at another session, but I am absolutely positive. I mean, I believe that today cybersecurity is the competitive advantage for any company. So in this context, the company needs to be able to display, to show to others that we are leaders in cybersecurity, and CISO is the person best suited to talk about cybersecurity. That person who knows how much the company invests, how much how we measure the risks, etc., etc. That's part of company strategy. If you raise the awareness of the users, if you train your users, you implement more and more services, you make declarations, give promises that you will protect the users, you will protect the data, you will ensure the high quality of your service. By doing all of this, you declare that you can and will sustain a certain maturity level of your cybersecurity, and CISO has no other option but to be the face of the company and talk on behalf of the company about the company's readiness to keep its promise. And maybe, you will have to disclose some incidents, stories at this conference and earlier conferences. We always keep discussing pen testing, cyber drills, cyber polygon, cyber ranges, and non-tolerable events. I mean, this for you is a competitive advantage. So to answer your question, yes, I believe that today a CISO should be the face of the company in terms of security, should be a good representative of the company to ensure a more confident position of the company in the market. Thank you. Michel. Another question. Before this panel discussion, there was a presentation on anti-crisis PR. A lady from the stage spoke about how a company should communicate to the world about the incidents that it experiences. So what should be the role of a CISO in taking the anti-crisis decisions to recognize, not to recognize the incident in the company as CISO? In this case, would you say that a CISO is the main person who decides on this matter, or a CISO is a consultant?
Hoy el papel del CISO dentro de una empresa de telecomunicaciones.
The role of the CISO in our company, and we are a telecom company, is quite comprehensive. So yes, we are involved in communication a lot. We provide explanations for the reasons, what caused the incident. We need to use normal, regular language, not very technical language, so that people, including the people in the management, would understand what happened, what's happening. We need to be able to communicate this to the top executives, to the regular personnel, to the, people in finance, what happened and why it happened. We prepare reports. Every attack, every incident can affect company's profitability. Company is looking at financial losses in the event of an incident. Some attacks are very long-lasting. Sometimes they can take years. And of course, every incident calls for a particular response. The response must be specific to the incident. And every time something happens, we inform the management, because the management needs to understand that its business may be vulnerable right now. And the same question about whether CISOs need to be public figures. When is the time for the CISO to appear in front of the external public. Not to stay closeted in their room, but to go out, to go to the street, to start speaking language that everyone understands. Top management, the society at large, people in the company, when is the right time? Well, actually, I can subscribe to what Evgeny said, and I agree with everything that Nika talked about in her presentation. In our case, the answer was quite clear. 1 year before our IPO, when the company becomes public, risk assessment changes. The role of CISO, well, not the role, but the way the CISO is represented, that changes. There are big changes in external communications. So, if before IPO, PR people would address you maybe once every 6 months, oh, here's a paper that came out, can you explain to me what it says there? But now, the expectations of PR and of the whole company of CISO, they are totally different. And if there is an incident, Nika is right. If there is a technical report, then, I mean, if you have a technical blog, like a single source of truth, then there will be no misinterpretation, there will be no fake information. People will not have to imagine things about this incident, because here at a conference like this, you have a lot of technical tracks where you discuss how you detect incidents, how you fix the incidents. But this is a good way to show to the world that the company is ready to work on the incidents. You can't have one algorithm that would fit all possible cases. Of course not. But CISO should be ready to speak out and to speak publicly. But of course, you have to speak publicly only after you have come to an agreement with your people inside the company, with your management. If you can explain to your own people in plain language what happened, then you can do the same for the whole world. Ahmad and Tushar, you work in finance. And finance is all about customer trust. If for whatever reasons a financial institution is affected by an incident, there is this inclination not to make the incident public, because this may undermine the trust. We may lose customers. The customers will withdraw the money, or there will be other damages for this financial institution. So, how do you take decisions whether to talk about the incident, if it really happened, or not to talk about the incident? Is there a practice, is there advice that you can share? Tushar, let's start with you.
Sure. So it's really important. The first thing that when a customer comes to you and decides that I want to park my hard-earned money with this particular bank, the relationship is not a business and a customer. The relationship is that of trust. So if you do not have trust on your bank, then probably you don't have that relationship. So it's really important that you have as much transparency in your relationship as possible. Now, when an incident happens, naturally, there is a silver lining to the whole thing, in the sense that you have learned that something inside the organization can be broken, it is broken, and you know what that was, and you can fix it, and you can come out stronger. So it is absolutely, in my opinion, necessary to be transparent with all your stakeholders, not only customers, your management, your board, your stakeholders, to go back and tell them that this is what has happened. These are the actions that we have taken, and we are going to be coming out stronger than what we were before. That can be done in many ways. You can talk to your customers about how you're enhancing controls. Of course, you don't have to tell them about the brand new WAF that you're buying, but you need to give them the confidence that your money is still safe with us and continue that trust. It is like you have a fabric and you have a tear in a fabric. You patch it so well that even if you pull it from both sides, you can't tear it again. So you use that as an opportunity to, further and strengthen your bonds with your customers.
Спасибо большое. Ахмат, вот тот же вопрос. Как вы принимаете решение о том,
Ahmad, the same question to you. How do you decide whether to talk about attempts of fraud or risks or incidents in the bank or not to talk about that? Keep it to yourselves.
CISO is responsible and rule to write and policy business quantity and disaster recovery plan and incident response in the company or in the organization. CISO will be documented all incident and analysis any incident happen and recommendation to mitigate and don't try again this incident. We can do corrective action plan to mitigate any risk. We'll try again.
Спасибо. Коллеги, вот следующий вопрос,
Thank you.
он, наверное, будет...
Colleagues, my next question will not be about security.
Это сегодня человек...
Today, CISO is not just a business leader.
Человек, который понимает технологии.
CISO is not just a technical guy who understands technology.
Или психологию.
Together with the legal aspects and the psychology of his own team or the psychology of the criminal, what is the greatest skill outside of information security is fundamental for you, that helps you in your work?
Certainly. I think the most important skill is communication. If you cannot explain an incident to your teenager, you probably can't explain it to your CEO. So as long as you are able to talk the business language, explain the impact of an incident or a risk in dollar value terms, there are tools that are available such as cyber risk quantification. As long as you're not really talking business language, you're not making sense to them. And you will never get a seat at the table where strategy discussions are happening. So if you really want to be part of that, I think the most important skill is communication. Because most CISOs, in some cases, they choose to live in their technical world, enamored with their WAFs and DLPs and firewalls and everything. I think it's time that they need to get out, try to understand business, because there are a lot of advantages to be that way. You know, for example, you can really create strategic advantage for your business, and I would love to talk about one company that does this so well. And there are people who generally go and buy a Volvo car. And why Volvo? Because of safety. So that company does not probably make the longest lasting cars. They don't make the American muscle cars, but they have turned safety into a strategic advantage. Whenever you talk about Volvo, you think of safety. Yes, this car must be safe. And I think there is a real opportunity for an organization to stand there and say, we are providing you with the most secure product in the market. And I think that's a really good thing to hook on to, you know.
Спасибо. Ahmad.
Thank you very much. So, Ahmad, Tushar says that communication skills are an important skill for information security officer outside of information security proper. Beyond communication, what other skill is very important for you in your activity? A human skill.
Yes, because you are role and responsible for or a manager for projects lead to cybersecurity, and all parties and all department related for this project. So you are using communication skills to take all your process. And you are sharing awareness and culture for cybersecurity in your organization. So these skills help you to connect with the other parties related.
Спасибо. Мичель, тот же вопрос.
Thank you. Michelle, the same question to you. A skill that is not about information security, but that is very important for you. Not communication skills, but anything else. Any other skill, any other human skill.
Hoy uno de los principales habilidades que puede tener es explicar un incidente.
One of the most important skills is not to get tired explaining. You keep explaining, you keep offering arguments in favor of particular means of information security. Don't stop ever explaining. And of course, this also requires a communication skill. Because if there is an incident, communication is the priority. Thank you, Evgeny, Anastasia. So I was trying to ask colleagues, international colleagues, to name another skill that is not communication that helps them in their work as CISOs. What about you? What is the top skill, a strategic skill that is not a technical cybersecurity skill and that is not communication? Well, look, everyone here says communication, and I will subscribe to that as well. Because communication is such a wide notion, such a broad notion, it's very important to be patient, to know how to phrase things, So there is a reason why everyone mentions communication. Cyberbase is at the crossroads of legal and technology and business, and we are the unit to which people from all parts of the company come. And people in other parts of the company, they are also smart and they do their job. They have their position, they have their targets. Right. So sometimes it's very important to hear what they say, not only to listen, but to hear what they say, to marry all these different opinions and to produce a result out of many different, sometimes conflicting targets and priorities. But communication, I agree with colleagues, communication is the best skill that any CISO can have. Anastasia, anything to add? Or will you just agree with the other four colleagues? Well, yeah, because you keep insisting, and because I will be talking for an hour about communication, management skills. I'd say management skills. The management skills are often not very strong in people, even if they attended management classes. So the ability, the skill of setting the task, of giving a task, and then controlling the execution of the task, and controlling, I mean, maybe people need help. Maybe they are in a dead end. Maybe they are fighting and they can't extract themselves from this hole. So the management can always help and give a push or I'd say technical people, even when they take leading positions, they are very competent in technology, but they have no idea how to plan schedules, how to plan time, how to close projects, not only to initiate projects, but how to close, how to bring them to an end. So management skills is something that I believe will be very much in demand at all levels in the company, all the way to C-level. Thank you. Ahmad, a question to you. In your practice, are there any stereotypes about CISOs, myths that you would like to destroy? Any traits, stereotypical traits? Maybe it used to be true in the past, but now it's totally a stereotype.
I need to re-ask in English.
Do you know some stereotypes about CISO which you faced in your previous life?
Yeah.
What stereotypes?
I will think about this answer.
Okay. Tushar, может быть.
So stereotypes that I think generally when I meet up with people and they say, okay, you are from technology. And I sometimes have to tell them that, okay, it's not the same. You are basically calling a neurosurgeon a dentist. So yes, we are technology in a sense, but we protect technology. So that's a different. So I think in a lot of people's mind who do not work very closely or understand cybersecurity bit, cybersecurity is generally seen as the technology guy. And although we have the knowledge to be able to fix machines, we have that specialized knowledge to, protect them from attackers. And that's, I think, is a stereotype that I come across pretty often.
Спасибо. Мичель, у вас есть вот какие-то
Michel, any stereotypes in your profession? You as a cybersecurity lead, have you faced any stereotyped attitude to your work?
It's a difficult question. Okay. Yeah. Do you have some stereotypes about your role as a CISO or not? Yes? Okay. Can you explain these stereotypes? No. Okay. Evgeny.
Okay, Evgeny.
Такое впечатление, что
It looks like there aren't any stereotypes, there aren't any myths about CISO's work or CISO's profile. Okay, so we have heard one story of one kind of a stereotype. CISO is perceived as someone capable of fixing Windows. Well, actually, the stereotype that I most frequently encounter is CISO is perceived as a dictator who interferes in everyone's work, messes around, sometimes, but actually, no. I'd say that here, information security people are often perceived not as technically capable people, but rather as nuisance, as someone who wouldn't let people work normally. But actually, we talked about how to build good relations with the business, but for us, actually, it proved to be very difficult to establish good contact with the technical people, the proper technical people in the organization. Because sometimes we would come to them with a question and they'll say, oh, I don't want to talk to you, you will never understand. But cybersecurity is not about technology, and it's an issue, especially in IT companies. It's this kind of attitude to information technology, or information security. And we need to overcome that attitude. We are dependent on IT, on proper IT. Business is all very well, but we work with information systems. We do not develop them ourselves. We do not maintain them ourselves. We will never understand them as deeply as those people who built them and who are running them. But we have some technical knowledge. That's true. And we can protect their systems. And we are not a nuisance. So I'd say that the biggest stereotype that I encountered is that, people treat us as an interference. Okay, colleagues, we are supposed to round up this discussion. We've got 4 or 5 minutes left, and I wanted to ask each of you a question. Well, rather, it's a request. Can you send a message to the today's and tomorrow's leaders, cyber leaders? And maybe can you share with us one mistake from your practice, from your career, because you are leaders in cybersecurity, right? And probably you have some mistakes in the past. So if there is a mistake that you would like to share with others so that people learn from your experience and do not commit the same mistake. Well, those wrapping up of the session minutes, they make me nervous. I'd suggest that learn how to talk to other people and make sure that you are heard yourselves. Learn to listen to others and make sure that you are heard yourself. As to a failure,
на тему того, что это будет человек, который погружен в бумажки и кроме бумажек ничего не видит.
I was afraid that my management, well, that instead of the manager with whom I worked, a new person would come, and this person will be someone who would follow the rules unthinkingly, who would just follow the regulation.
Это не технарь, и CISO — это бумажный безопасник.
Michel,
ваш совет для аудитории,
is there any advice that you can give to the audience, to the current or to the future CISOs? Any advice, any recommendation that you can give to the audience?
Hoy la rapidez con que va la tecnología pone un reto muy fuerte para el
Well, technologies develop so rapidly and things change every minute. Cybersecurity requires constant monitoring.
En nuevos entornos,
So we have already agreed that communication matters. So my recommendation would be to keep your competencies alive, keep training and retraining, keep learning, and make sure that people around you also learn constantly.
de emergencia que existe.
You have to always catch up with technologies, especially in my field, in telecom.
Hay tecnologías que vienen siendo obsoletas ya, pero que se siguen utilizando.
Technologies emerge so fast.
Que aunque tiene que ir muy rápido en la
There are companies who are still working on outdated technology.
Importante que también tiene que
And we must convince the management that there is a need to update the technologies, replace them.
Действующим или будущим
What advice can you give to the current or future leaders
опираясь на ваш опыт?
based on your experience?
What piece of advice you can give to audience based on your experience? In cybersecurity, yeah. Mick.
Oh, yes. Compliance for all regulation and international BCIs or standard. Yes.
Спасибо. Tushar.
Thank you very much. And Tushar, it's the same question, it's the last question. What advice can you give to the audience?
The advice that I would give is to get out of the shell, because I say this from my own experience. When I started with security, I was a guy that fell in love with my laptop and Kali Linux and all that. Till such time that I got married and my wife started telling me you should have married that laptop instead of me. So generally what starts happening is you are so in love with what you do, you tend to isolate yourself. You tend to create a category for yourself. You start living in that category and your small world. And that does not help. Very early in my career, I mean, I have been doing this for more than 20 years now. When I started, I had a ponytail. So, yeah, so I'll say that it's really important to get out, meet with people, understand your business, because at the end of it, you are a support function for business. If you exist because your business is there. So meet up with your business teams, understand what they are doing, understand how you can help. When the products are being built, get involved, make sure that you're part of the drawing board, putting your controls out there when everything is getting mapped out. And I think that's the advice that I think I would love to give to new security leaders. Thank you.
Большое спасибо. И Евгений, тоже совет для будущих нынешних CISO.
Thank you. Evgeny,
какую-нибудь ошибку,
an advice to the future CISOs and any lessons learned from mistakes?
Ну, определенного уже уровня,
Well,
он просто
CISO,
персонифицирует себе
just like any C-level executive personifies their department. And I think the most important thing we need to learn to work with is the understanding that these people are your team. You need to trust them, you need to delegate to them, You need to select them accordingly.
либо много на себя берешь,
The biggest lessons that I have learned were you either
к сожалению или к счастью,
try to swallow more than you can chew, or
много вещей не
you really misselect your people.
И от того,
In fact, the CISO now
как вы выстраиваете отношения,
is a man of the team, and your outcomes, your performance does depend on how you work with these people, how you communicate with them, how you talk to them, how you listen to their needs, how you inspire them, motivate them, and so on. And if you're good at that, you really can achieve a lot as a CISO. Thank you. And that brings us to the wrapping up of our debate on what CISO 2.0 is about. CISOs will feature in several other debates, so stay tuned and connect to those discussions as they unroll. And I'd like to thank Dushar, Ahmad, Etienne, Eugene, and Anastasia. Thank you very much. I hope it was interesting. Thanks to our speakers for their experience and recommendations. We will make a 10-minute break and we will reconvene at 16:20. How to communicate and how to collaborate between information security and other parts of a company. Thank you and stay tuned with us.
доклад, который будет особенно интересен представителям малого и среднего бизнеса.
This is going to be very interesting to SMBs.
Эти недостатки возможны.
They may be imperfect, but information security can turn those disadvantages into new opportunities. Now, how to make a deal with everyone in the company if you are the evil IB? And now, we invite to this scene Anastasia.
Привет еще раз. Сегодня не будет про котиков.
Anastasia Gainadinova from Whoosh. So, hello everyone. It's going to be about communication. It's about how to get what you want with a good word and a revolver. And about more than that. 5 years ago, when I was a beginning auditor and I came for an on-site audit, and an on-site audit, you have 3 days. And right in the very first moment when we were sitting in the meeting room and my interface tells me that the next person you're going to interview is going to be a very specific person. So this was an IB guy, right? The information security. And you can feel this stereotype. He used to be some kind of a KGB guy and so on and so forth. And just one glance, he threw at me, right? Told me everything I wanted to know about this little girl who's going to teach him all the right ways. We conversed for 10 minutes, and it was most as, I can't tell you this, I'm not in a position to disclose this, and I will have to ask my boss about this. And then I said, well, maybe I will need to write you an email, and you will need to get the sanction for this for the boss. And he just nodded and walked away. And this was the end of our first interview. It's 3 days, right? And 2 of those days I spent in the meeting room. I was not let out of the meeting room in order to talk to people I wanted to talk to. This brings me to this old adage about the good word and the revolver. When I analyzed lessons learned from that audit, there were 2 lessons actually. One, you will have to talk to absolutely different people. And some of them will not be kind, some of them will not be honest, some of them will not be nice. And second lesson, whether I will get full, verified, relevant information that makes sense, wholly depends on how I shape the dialogue. And when we remember this good word and the revolver, we kind of suggest that you have the revolver. And especially for information security guys, there should be a revolver. But it should all start with a good word. How to live with this good word and how to inflict various types of good with a good word, I'd like to tell you. First of all, why it works better with Infosys than enterprise. How to make friends with other people from back office, and people may find out that back office is not just the IT department. Then we will talk about how should the good word work without the revolver. And, well, I actually found out that Nikki was about to talk after I sent the presentation, because I actually sent the presentation beforehand. So I will not talk a lot about anti-crisis communication because there will be a special presentation about that. Now, SMBs, small and medium businesses, and why they're special in terms of info security. And first of all, I need to make a certain disclaimer. Process management and functional management are 2 different things. I know that. But let's reimagine these 2 things. Let's talk about a process as a certain sequence of actions that arrive to a certain outcome. We're not going to get the complex definition of a process. So this social definition of a process will be much more of what I'm going to talk about. And functional management. When you employ 20 people and you all sit in the same office, you are in a position to know everyone. When your company employs 200 people, and you have a vague idea of people's functions and who sits where and who looks like what. If your company employs 500 people, it's unrealistic to to get to know everyone. And you just try to find people by their corporate merch or corporate T-shirt or a key lock and so on and so forth. So this is where SMBs are special. As the company grows, the people who represented the core of the company when they were small, they continue to represent the core of the business, but they get their own entourage. So when SMB people talk to enterprise, there are two types of that. One, they push the panic button and they say there are no processes, I just can't work here, and they file for early retirement. The second type, they really try to find out everything about everyone, and they kind of integrate within the team and try to run in the same direction as everyone. The second type, they are, of course, more valuable, finding the points of commonality with everyone. Now, we go back to the revolver and to inflicting the good and kindness on everyone. We need to start with ourselves. Processes start at home. If you are InfoSec and if you see there are no processes in the company, you start building those processes with yourself. And if you show the capability, somewhere in the future, when your processes will become documented, they will become stable and so on, you will be comfortable with those processes and you can showcase this to everyone else. And the third thing, this is the core of the functional management, is when you have a function, you want to measure the performance of this function. And if you don't have stable processes, but they are in a transitional period, at least you have an InfoSec kind of person you can turn to and say, right, this is a problem, I don't know how to stabilize this. And this is very important because in a situation in which we have a John Doe, and John Doe got retired and he never let any documents away, but you need to have someone you can come, you can sit one-on-one, and they will tell you how it all works. Simplified communication in SMB. This is where, for InfoSec, it becomes really jolly. Because when you talk about people, when you talk to people in SMBs, you can never be sure that you're all on the same page. When you, for example, talk about the realignment of a specific report, the first question they ask you is, why do we need this report? Why do we need this agreement? And actually, you've been talking about this for a very long, but do we need this actually? So when you have personal communication and when you already know this person, you can come to them, you can talk to them one-on-one and say, this is the agreement, this is the information, right? And we need this for this purpose, this is the objective. So you can do this without the three layers of agreements and contracts and instructions and user manuals and whatever. And you do this just one-on-one without any intermediaries. Now, third bullet point, create your own processes. If this is your brainchild, you of course will take care about it much better than anybody else's child. And when you talk to a person about something that they have ownership of, they engage. They are able to really take care of this. And if something breaks down, if something goes wrong, there is a chance that this person will remember about this before actually it's time to hit the panic button, because they have ownership of what they do. And it's your job to engage them in shaping the process in the first place. If you do that, it's much more likely that the person will take care of the process in the future. Now, the fourth bullet point is being flexible. Have you ever tried to change a process, a business process in enterprise? I don't see any sizable number of raised hands, but some people have raised hands, and you have my full sympathy, because changing a process in enterprise is like you're trying to play the balalaika without trying to drop the accordion and actually trying to do a Paganini with your violin. Because you have to engage a lot of different systems, a lot of different other processes, a lot of different parts of the business without actually dropping the business. In SMB, you can split a process into several black boxes. Someone gets some input, someone generates some output, and you never know what's going on within this black box. And you can actually go into that black box and change something there. SMB is simpler, enterprise is not. And one other positive thing from all this is that the processes are not big, and you can change them faster and check them faster. So this is a story about, we started this up after 10 different checkups and 10 different wrong-ups. And of course, if people are not convenient, not comfortable with your process, people will try to circumvent it, and they will circumvent it in ways you are not in a position to envisage or expect. And if you make a process in a convenient and comfortable way, nearly convenient and nearly comfortable, you at least will be in a position to know that something about your process is what your users are not comfortable with. And now, users, they are not just IT people. Because when people talk about security guys in a company, people talk primarily about IT security, but this touches at least 6 other parts of the business. Lawyers. Lawyers are actually people who can make sense of the gibberish that you get from a regulator, central bank, or new regulation, and so on. These are people who can talk in a bureaucratic language. I can't, and I'd like to thank my lawyers for actually making sense of the new laws and regulations for me. Secondly, lawyers they really watch all these compliance requirements that the government is heaping on your company, keeps on doing that. And for example, when you're talking to a counterparty and someone on their side just would not try to agree to your requirements, it's very valuable to have a good lawyer on your side. HRs. HRs do a lot of recruitment, and a lot of people told me that OSINT is not something that InfoSec needs to look at, especially in recruitment, but it's not always the case. InfoSecs have much more experience and tools to get that information and to process this information than an HR. The information from OSINT that an InfoSec guy has is much different from what an HR guy can get. The second bullet point here is very tricky. From a legal standpoint, an InfoSec can't do anything to a guy in the company who breaks all the rules. writing their login and password on a post-it, or accessing the corporate system through an unsecure web browser, and so on and so forth. Even if they have signed up for safety rules, we cannot impose sanctions on people, but HR people can. So if someone is delinquent, they need to face the circumstances. And we can provide the information, whether they will be punished, whether they will be fined, and so on and so forth, or people just tell them, well, please don't do it next time. This is the HR decision. And the third bullet point is problematic people leaving the company. So when you part with someone in a less than friendly way, it's very important to make sure that they forfeit all their logins and passwords, that you have checked all the services that they have visited around the SSH and so on and so forth. So you need to check whether the person is actually leaving. The third arm of the company that you're touching is internal controls and audits. These are the people who can show you what's going on. And InfoSec can see a lot of logs, a lot of events fired up by different parts of the information system, but what you can't see the economic impact on the company. Internal controls, vice versa, they can see what has happened. This is an agreement with a strange company, but they don't know how it's been done. And if you come together, and if you look at it from both perspectives, one side knowing what has happened and the other side knowing how it has happened, this cross-fertilization puts you into a position to actually understand this was the login, a very weird login, that can have economic consequences, right? And conversely, internal controls, if you educate them, are in a position to notice this is what's happened, so we go back to InfoSec and ask them for those logs. And of course, internal controls people, they know regulatory documents very well. They don't like doing this, but they are very good normally at writing those bureaucratic gibberish documents. Finance and accounting. Now, this is the fourth group of people touched by this, and to me, it looks like black magic. But when you have to defend your budget, and my personal experience is that if you're a company financier already knows which budget are you going to ask for, and from which articles of the budget it's going to be subtracted, right? You always come and say, I want this amount of money. And they may ask you why so much, but at least they won't ask you what is this stuff about. And you also, if you engage finance, at least you understand why the company has so far procrastinated around the contract that you want to make. And you can ask for this information, understanding what it is that you're asking for. Number 5, product and analysts. These are, I think, well, this is a clear-cut case. These are people who create company operations. These are people who write processes, business processes that generate money. And if you're not friends with people who generate money in the company, well, who at least help generate money in the company, first of all, that's strange because that does not put you into a position to understand what's going on in your business, but that's not the most important thing. The most important thing, if you find out in advance that something has been added or something has been switched off and so on, it's not good if you only find out this as a result of a postmortem. But if you're friends with them and if they tell you over a cup of coffee this new feature that they're going to unroll, this will work. And actually, it will go through your InfoSec audit before it actually goes live. Also, product and analysts are people who collect terabytes of data. And if they're good working with the data, and normally analysts are, you can use the data to find out about the lags in business processes, about some fraud in business processes, especially fraud. And last but not least, PR and GR, public relations and government relations. The most obvious thing here is when we talked about CISO and when Nika talked about anti-crisis communication. You would be excused for thinking that as a result of an incident, PR and GR always work as one team. Well, it's not during an incident, but when you go to talk in a conference, you need to tell PR about that. They will tell you, for example, which questions you will take and which not. If this is your InfoSec conference, you will be in a position to know this. But if it's not, you can sit down with the speaker and discuss the stop lists. When your company gets published in media, every time there is some public communication, you need to talk to PR. GR is also very important how your company positions itself for the outside viewer. Maybe there are no risks to information security. But if you understand that you are on a map of strategic risks for the company, you would be well advised actually following what your GRs do and how they talk to government and how they position your company for the government. Now, how to inflict good and kindness on all these people? First of all, well, I don't have any universal algorithm because this is a human and human talking. There is no such thing as a magic pill and you eat it and you actually are good at talking to just about anyone. No, this is a skill. It can be improved, it can be advanced, but it's painful normally and there are a lot of lessons learned on the way. But there are several pieces of advice, right? So, our natural tendency is to talk about ourselves, but you've got to force yourself to talk about the interest of the other person. Second, you need to identify what is the marker of your trust, with anyone. So, if you actually say somewhere in public the production of minerals, for example, you have said the wrong word and they don't trust you anymore. They don't trust your expertise. Now, you need also to understand what the people who you talk to actually value. Is promise enough, or you have to go and do something? And you need to identify how you can be useful to each other. For example, I made this example with HRs, and InfoSec can give them enough information to promote a person, to advance a person, or to punish a person. For example, if a person, for example, passed the test for social engineering impact, or if they were faced with a phishing hyperlink and didn't take it, well, this is also information HR needs to know. All in all, I think there are 3 bullet points that I think are of universal value. One is presentations and slide decks. You need to have pictures with you. While the speaker is giving you something, you may kind of glance at a slide and then go back to your phone because you have kind of understood what he is going about. The second type of pictures that you need to have is schematics. Algorithms are your great friend if you talk to the technicians, to accountants, and so on. Please remember what you did when you went to school. You had your daily log, and at least I had a sheet of paper actually giving me a schematic, how to walk from school to home. You may not understand the numbers of houses and the addresses and so on and so forth. And the first thing we look at when we enter a building is the escape scheme. Escape schemes need to be understandable to everyone, irrespective of your language, irrespective of your IQ, and so on. And the third thing is cases and analogies. The simplest example is food. Food is a universal way to explain more or less anything to more or less anyone. You may not know anything about legal. A legal person may not know the difference between service and server. But when you talk about food, I think everyone has the same idea of steaks, apples, bananas, pears, and so on. So food is an analogy, but choose a topic that you both understand. You may play the same game, tennis or whatever, you both dance the same dance, you both like movies from the 1980s and so on. If you find a topic that you have a single view on, you find a point of commonality. If you don't have this point of commonality, you will have to spend a lot of time to understand your interlocutor, to be on the same page with them. And it's important not just to talk effectively to a person, but it's very important to actually establish your common wavelength. It's always very useful for a future. And the third thing that I'd like to highlight is mutual respect, mutual interest, and mutual more or less anything. If you want your colleagues from any other part of the company, whether they are your superiors or inferiors or whatever, if you want something from them, you would be good to think that they want something from you. They don't just want you to leave, right? They want something from you. So when you want something, when you want people to do something for you, this is a two-way street. You need to understand that. And a good example is financial audit for me. Financial audits, regular financial audits, they are like a story when you have to understand that, of course, this is financial audit, but the structure of the audit is the same as InfoSec. It's the same story as talking to technicians, talking to lawyers, talking to interface. So colleagues don't always understand that in some specific cases you may be of help, really. A very stupid and nonetheless a very useful story. We have a photo of a very beautiful girl on our intranet. And it says, we have a new controller. The only supply chain controller that I actually had in my head was in the context of supply chain attack. So the company tells me that we have a supply chain controller. So my idea, maybe my boss made me a surprise and now I have a colleague who I don't know anything about. I decided to go and try to make friends. But it was weird. This beautiful girl talked to me about something I didn't understand, she didn't understand, and we decided to go and drink a cup of coffee. And in 10 minutes, I found out the supply chain controllers actually look at kinetic and physical supply chain, not digital, and they actually know what's happening in this supply chain. So they are very useful people, and that girl found out that digital also can be a supply chain. And when the financial audit came and she came to me directly, not through the bosses, I was very happy because, first of all, we did not disturb the bosses unnecessarily, and secondly, we were on the same page. And actually, it was understandable why to say no here, but to say yes there. These people do not always understand what it is that you do. You need to do a lot of public relations if you're a CISO. If you can't speak within the company about how useful you are, the company is very unlikely to learn that accidentally. And just like I said in the very beginning, it is a skill. Speaking is a skill that you have to advance. Listening also is. And it can't happen just because you wish it to happen. It can't happen just because you have read a book about this. You've got to go through a lot of pain to upskill yourself here. Now, let's imagine that bad things have happened. I'm not going to duplicate Nika's presentation. And you go to the IT, to InfoSec, because in the case of an incident, nothing happens. Because IT guys will actually revive the infrastructure, they will turn it on, they will put it live, or not put it live if something has went wrong. And they own the logs, because we need to understand what has happened. And without InfoSec, nothing can go live back again after an incident. Secondly, legal. Right, please don't read this slide in terms of functions, not in terms of a specific person. And it actually is about some keywords that tells you what it is that you need to talk to with these people.
Legal, this can be one of the lawyers or someone from internal control. Anyone, it's a person who knows what the economic impact a computer incident might have. And yes, they speak the language of bureaucracy, and they are very well aware of the fines and responsibilities, liabilities, and who is going to suffer for everything that happened. While internal audit can provide you with a complete overview of economic and financial risks, and generally, this may be a good indication or a predictor of what might happen in the future with our finances. If you're a public company, you take a new perspective on all the incidents. Now, what else can we discuss here? The processes that can be affected. The risk management people, the auditors, are familiar with adjustment processes that we may not be aware of. They have a more, bird's eye view of the business. Besides, the lawyers know about regulators, they know the timeline, they know what kind of statement should be referred to which government department, what date they should have on. And besides, they might have a list of counterparties and contracts. And maybe the contract says that you are supposed to inform counterparty about an incident, because they may also be affected. Much depends on the scale of the incident, of course, but your counterparties may also be damaged, and you have to think about that if you want to keep your reputation intact. Reputation costs a lot of money. And the last thing here is, or rather not last, the third thing here is communication. Communication with PR and GR and all the internal services. You have to prove inside the company and outside of the company, you have to prove that what happened is not a tragedy. There is no reason to panic, and overall things are okay, especially if things are okay and if your panic is under control. However, and I may be repeating what Nika has already talked about, the employees. The employees should get information that is true to life, and at the same time, it shouldn't be confidential. If the information that you are sharing with your employees leaks, because people will be asking them, they have friends, they have family, and the family has heard something about what happened in the company that gives the job to the loved and dear one, so there is no reason to deny the incident or the leak, but you can say that, yes, indeed, this is what happened. Our IT people believe that this is what happened to our internal system. So basically give them a narrative that will be easy to remember. The employees will not be able to remember a complex story. They will invent something instead of a complex story. So give them something simple and something that they can share, because this will make your life simpler. You are preventing the cleansing after the incident. And then when GR comes to you, again, you have to give an honest answer, but at the end you are compliant, and there are documents that you are compliant, and you share them with the GR. So tell them the truth, but focus on the strategy. Not about what message we are sending to whom, but rather how we send the message. So first you communicate with IT, and second you communicate with GR. When panic gets out of control, it will be very difficult to fix what has already started. And here I'm listing items not in terms of their priority, but in terms of their presence. Business. When you talk to the business about what happened, you have to take into account that this is going to affect business processes. So you must understand which processes, apart from business processes, the incident will affect, how much downtime will cost, what consequences we will have to face, how this is going to affect the adjacent processes, etc., product, city, I mean, everything. All these people must also be put in the know, because without them, important decisions will not be taken, and without you, they will not be in possession of the complete picture. The same applies to an application breach. When an application is, when you are penetrated via an app, you will have to rewrite the app. If the application got broken now, it means the app has a bug. There is some loophole in there. Do you know the mobile software development cycle? Do you know how this process looks like? Not too many people, as I can tell. Well, on average, planning starts a quarter ahead, at least. And the development has a cycle. Well, it depends, of course, but it happens in a cycle of 1 week to 3 weeks. To get into the cycle and not be punished for it, not to suffer the consequences, right? You have to be friends with IT people, and you have to convince the CTO that this is something that you definitely need. So if these guys are instructed by the CTO to assist you, then at least you will not be facing the revenge and rage. But basically, this is a long process, and you can't just get inside it because you want it. We want it to. It will require several cycles, development, testing, another development, another testing. Sometimes it's going to be, it will take a lot of work to research how to do a product. So you can't just come to them and say, this is what we need now. It will not work. So you have to be mindful that the communication with business must be carried out extensively, and you must explain to them what happened wrong. This is what went wrong. This is the result we need eventually, and the business must take the decision that this is what we're going to do, that we're okay with, and then you will have a chance of getting between different development cycles. Your next option is Yeah, optional options, right.
Во-первых, если вы работаете в...
The optional option is if you work in B2C, customer care, technical support, regular support, doesn't matter. We call it customer care.
Если случается инцидент, который затрагивает ваших
If an incident affects your clients, your customers, these people must be made aware.
И именно они будут отбивать реакцию ваших клиентов.
Because they will have to counter the user's reactions.
Что им отвечать? У них
They must have an algorithm, they must know what they and how they should respond. There must be a plan of action for them.
работающий
And they must also have 100% working channel for escalation.
не в состоянии понять,
Sometimes
в конкретном кейсе с конкретным человеком
a person wouldn't know what to do and how to behave in a particular situation with a particular user. Well, not everyone is stress resistant. It's something that evolves with time. But if that person doesn't know what to do, then this person should be able to escalate the problem or request assistance.
чувствительная
Incidents
история, поэтому когда вы
are very sensitive to the speed, really, the speed at which you move.
очень четкий линейный
The customers must understand what you are doing, and they themselves shouldn't have choices, really. They should have a linear sequence of actions to which they must adhere.
Во-первых, нужно
What you're talking to them about is which words we use and which words we do not use. We say that there is an incident. We are not saying that there was an attack.
Второй момент.
Well, of course, it depends, but if you declare that, if you disclose the incident, then the support must be able to attach links, maybe not to Uncle Sam's Telegram channel, but to some sources that are credit-worthy. In finance, be friends to finance. They're the source of money. If after the incident you will have to change the infrastructure, a lot of money will be required, and if you are friends with them and have been friends for a long time, you must remember, it helps really if you discussed the infrastructure investment before with them. The finance will not be happy, but at least they will accept your need.
Отлично. Теперь момент.
They will tolerate your request.
До него досидели.
And thank you very much for staying almost till the end of my presentation.
Как делать не надо.
Here is a little bonus. A bonus slide. This is what you should not do, and a couple of items on this slide from my own personal experience. I'll give you 15 more seconds to read what's written here. Maybe you will have yourselves a laugh. So once again, this is how you should not communicate.
И здесь должна быть какая-то
история
на будущее.
I should be finishing with some important lesson learned, some, insights, some profound takeaway. But communication is very personal, it's very intimate, so I can't really give you a list of recipes. I can only give you a general advice, and this is the advice that you heard during the previous session. Learn to talk to people so they would listen, and learn to listen so that you hear what colleagues are telling you. Things happen.
И спойлер, не только с коллегами.
And things happen to anyone, to your colleagues. So getting the communication skill, TED Talks by Chris Anderson,
Сначала скажи нет.
And first say no. And read it in the original, the Russian translation. I'm not sure that I can recommend that, but I can definitely recommend Jim Kemp's book in the original. As to learning to listen, you can't learn that skill from books. But if you're a curious person, if you want to hear others, you will be able to do that. And to finish this presentation, I would like to say, okay, let's be friends.
Друзья, давайте поблагодарим аплодисментами.
Okay, dear friends, let's thank the expert with our applause for universal and tested communication tools.
Последний доклад.
We are breaking
Антивирусных
for
технологий.
just a little while, and we will be back
17:15.
by 5:15 with a presentation from reactive to preventive. Thank you.
Последний на сегодня доклад «Защита конечных точек». Одно из ключевых направлений продуктовой стратегии Positive Technology.
To preventive, how the antivirus has enhanced the capabilities of Max Patrol EDR and point protection is becoming one of the key priorities of Positive Technologies product strategy. The role of signature detection and M&A as a way to gain breakthrough in technology. Please welcome Kirill Cherkinsky, Head of Endpoint Security with Positive Technologies, and Sergey Lebedev, Head of
рабочих станций и серверов.
Desktop and Server Security Solutions with Positive Technologies.
Друзья, здравствуйте.
Hello, dear friends, and thank you very much, first of all, for saving enough energy to stay here for the last presentation of the day at this stage. You can applaud yourselves. You did a great job. Sergey.
Сегодня мы вам расскажем о том, как наша компания
So together with Sergey, we are going to talk about our company's journey from reactive to preventive approach.
Многократно говорили о цифровом суверенитете, и частью этого суверенитета является суверенитет технологий.
Today we talked a lot about technology and about sovereignty. In our case, we wanted to acquire the technological sovereignty at the corporate level. We wanted to be able to use our own means and devices to detect some malicious activity, and we were using Max Patrol as the basis for the development of this solution. This is 2025, and I'm happy that not only did I witness this transformation, but I contributed to it personally. Let's start with the context a little bit to make things clearer for you. Look back at 2022. At that time, there was a trend for comprehensive cybersecurity and EDRs that were ubiquitous, that were at the very top of Gartner's hype chart, and all vendors supported this trend. And in 2022, Positive Technologies developed an agency security tool that we showcased on the market. It enabled not only detecting the attacks, but also responding to the attacks. This product had a special, a separate value of enhancing the value of other products. But EDR was quite a complex thing for the market to get its head around. It had many different dimensions, and EDR products that were called the EDR, came in different shapes and sizes from different vendors. So the market decided to differentiate between different components of this whole solution. So in 2023, we launched the Max Patrol EDR product. It was a product to detect attacks at endpoint devices, and since that time, the most frequent question that I kept hearing from partners and customers at various projects was, when are we going to get the antivirus? Do you have any intention of developing an antivirus? But we proceeded along with the single agent concept. In order to acquire the technological independence or sovereignty, we realized that we needed an antivirus engine. Well, actually, Positive Technologies, yes, it was investing into its own technologies, including signature detection, and there was high demand for that, including the engine to determine attacks in sandboxes and elsewhere, so that you would be able to protect email and the network. So in addition to endpoints, so strategically the demand for such a solution was ripening. So this is 2025. We are at PhD. We are ready to share our results with you. Since 2022, we acquired Share and Virus Blockada. This is a Belarus-based company. They have been in business for many years, and now we are ready to share our results with you. It's the antivirus component in the Max Patrol EDR product. Why are we doing this? Because we have a strategy, the technological independence, once again, the technological independence that enables us to develop develop our portfolio in a way, in such a way as to make it meet the requirements of the market to the best of its ability, to strengthen our competitive positions in the market, again, to the maximum. Max Patrol EDR is not the only product where the antiviral engine will be installed, Sandbox as well, GPV, and email security solutions, and our solution for the industrial and enterprise applications. Well, actually, I could add that in the expert plane, when we talk about signature detect, it's a tool, a mechanism that allows us to detect things based on a pattern. You can call it a signature, you can call it a pattern, an indicator, and respond to this detection instantly. Positive Technologies has a lot of experience in APT detection, but what about an encryptor that is already in the system? You don't yet have CM proper, but there were some simple, non-advanced threats or attacks that required a quick response. Well, actually, it's not really about, well, not as much about responding to an attack, but rather the focus is on prevention. We are going to talk about prevent a lot during the session. You know that it's cheaper to prevent than to treat, and that's our aim. So strategically and tactically, to address businesses' needs, we had different ideas as to how to acquire this as a technology as part of our portfolio, and a more obvious option was to develop everything ourselves. So we have a lot of experience in coding things, in doing things with our own hands, and although we already have a big portfolio, but we could be making that product too. Why not? However, having a lot of populating this product with many indicators of malware, that would have required a lot of time on our side. And that's why we thought that, yeah, it would be quite interesting and exciting to develop everything in-house, but it would also require a lot of time in finding the right people with the right expertise. So that was one of the options we considered. The other option was a technology partnership. We have lots of projects where we partner with third-party companies for complex installations and such, but we understand that if we are pursuing that avenue, we'll not be controlling the expert track. We become dependent in terms of technology on that partner. We'll not be able to control the price. So there were other downsides to this approach. And there was yet another option that was open to us as a solution, as a means to achieve the aim, and as a way for Positive Technologies to grow significantly via an M&A. For PT, that was the first time experience. It's the first time where we are acquiring a share in order to acquire a particular technology that was valuable not only in terms of us getting that engine, but in terms of how, what are other ways to add new products or new components to our portfolio. This is a non-organic growth for a technology that leads to business growth as well. Yeah, maybe a couple of words about the choice that we made. Yeah, well, let's talk about the criteria that we followed when selecting our partners. In different partnerships, you know, when things happen, when things go wrong, the users start calling different partners on the vendor side, and then it becomes a quest, both for the partnership and for the users. It's a difficult journey. A partnership is a difficult journey, not only for the companies themselves, but for the users, because you are getting not just the product off the shelf, but you are getting support, you are getting assistance, and things like that. And speaking about criteria, since we have already decided on the method, this is how we are going to get the signature detection. We are getting the antivirus engine. Of course, we were looking for state-of-the-art technologies, for some proprietary approach. We wanted not only to get the source code, but the people, the expertise, the processes of building the antivirus database, of populating that database. So it was not just a developers team that we were searching for. And experience, actually, that was yet another important criterion. We wanted the antivirus database to be, well, not old, but to have been in existence for a while, to be quite rich. Why virus blockada? You know, we had talks with other companies as well. Well, yeah, it's true. We negotiated with several potential partners, and we selected virus blockada. Why is that? Well, they're great guys, great people, and they're here, by the way. They're in the room, and hi, guys, good to see you. And we are working now together as one team. But a better answer to your question is expertise and team. The virus blockada has been around for many years, since 1994, virtually, in the Belarus market. They're one of the leaders in host security. They have contacts with the government. Government sets stringent requirements on security. They have accumulated a lot of experience and indicators, all the antivirus database, basically. And what also mattered for us is that it was the company that was created by the people with engineering talent. They are people with a very strong Soviet engineering background. So it was not just kind of an accidental engine, really. It was quite a substantial product. And speaking about other criteria, the Stuxnet worm was it was the worm that affected the centrifuges in Iran. It was for the first time that a particular worm affected the real infrastructure. And back in 2010, if I'm not mistaken, was it 2010? Yeah, I think it was 2010. It was these guys who detected that virus.
And they are also participants to major international initiatives like Virus Totals. They have passed through public tests, and most importantly, their technological approach was not just to let's make a database of a lot of signatures and that's it. They actually found a way to put together patterns. They actually created a great emulator that really is very good at identifying obfuscated and repackaged patterns. And the team, yes. Team is very important. The team started a dialogue very vigorously, what they need, what they don't need, what we need to strengthen, and so on. And now we are really one integrated team. So this is a great match. And I think this match has already produced great results. Let's look at those results. Let's look at the product. We'll show you a video, and we will make comments for people who are not very well versed in what you're going to see. Okay, let's look at this. Identifying a ransomware using positive technologies, techniques. We took a series of basic scenarios, which I think everyone will understand. This is a classic thing, compromising accountancy. Why people take accountants? Because these people work with a lot of documents, they get a lot of different attachments in their emails, and so on. So, this is how it looks like if an accountancy machine is not protected by an antivirus. So they get an email with an attachment, and you click on that attachment, which arrives as an archive under a password. Archiving is an obfuscation technique. So in order for an executable file to work, you open it yourself. So a person started up a PDF, and there was a PowerShell 1 script, so it is an encryptor, right? But an accountant does not need to know that. So this is how it would look like if Max Patrol EDR with our engine was installed. So we go to policies and we add an agent which we're going to set up for antivirus security. Our product is very flexible and you can set it up in any old way, responding, collecting data, and so on. Now, it's continuing, so the accountant has downloaded the archive, and they try to open the same attachment. So the antivirus warns that it has blocked an attempt to infect the device. And this is yet another view of our console. Again, I will make comments because there is a lot of fine print. So here you can see a message from the antivirus engine that the file was checked and the file is recognized as malware.
Здесь можем видеть, что фактически результаты работы антивирусного движка как модуля EDR в свою очередь попадают.
The outcome from the EDR engine is logged by a single log, and therefore it is not a standalone system. This component is integrated into our product, in Max Patrol platform, so it's logged within the platform. Here you can also see several events fired by the behavioral analysis or pattern maker. So the pattern maker has identified several activities that have markers that it's going to inflict some harm on the computer. So they tried to do this, it didn't work. Now let's look at how repackaging can happen from a technical standpoint and what it means. Repackaging is how you try to masquerade as a non-virus. A lot of viruses have been known for some time and their signatures are known to a lot of people. So the malware tries to masquerade as normal software so that malware databases just can't see what they're dealing with. This is done through repackaging. And this is where Virus Blockada comes in with their technology. A signature is not just a part of a source code or a hash sum or whatever. From their point of view, it is a set of principal indicators that are going to surface if we're dealing with a malware. So we're not going to use hash to identify the software as malware. We are going to identify it even if it is repackaged and then re-repackaged and so on. So in this scenario, the last case is infecting a device through a USB stick. It's also a classic thing. Some memory stick used as merch, or you have left your memory stick on a desk, or if you have connected your memory stick to a smart TV set, and so on. A lot of things can land on that memory stick. This we can tell you. Now, this is malware, and we have identified this malware, and you can see how it looks like in the system. Again, it fires an event, and this event has an outcome that no, don't open this file. Every time this file is touched upon by the operating system, the antivirus software will intercept all the calls from the operating system or from the application. So at both levels, the system will be protected from any negative interaction with this virus.
как этот результат можно рассматривать стратегически и в том числе в конкурентном.
Now, a couple of words about how this outcome, how this performance can be looked at from the strategic and competitive point of view.
Руками наших коллег.
So what you're looking at is a technique honed over decades, literally, by our colleagues from Virus Blockada.
Мы не просто получаем технологию, мы активно
They also have the pattern maker or emulator. And actually, we can already use this through providing a full stack of technologies. But that's not all. In the long term, it's even more important. Of course, a little disclaimer. We are currently at a proof of concept stage. The release that will be available to all our customers will come later this year. And we have shown you this engine as part of Max Patrol EDR. But it's going to be integrated in all our platforms because this is key technology for us as a vendor. Max Patrol works with Windows and with Linux. We have demonstrated it with Windows, of course, but one of the key points in the future is supporting Russian-made operating systems. The popularity, the coming popularity of Astra Linux is very important to us, and we try to be as effective as possible in catching and addressing the viruses in the Linux as well. And this is not just the technology that we have integrated into EDR. We are moving through this technology, this EDR, closer to true endpoint security. We've got a lot of questions today on the product, EPP, on where we're going to move with the product, and so on. So we're going to address that. And another important thing, this corporate merger that has happened is useful to both. And I think it's useful to all, because as a result of this merger, we are in a position now to quintuple the number of signatures that we analyze and generate. So this common database will be much more than just the sum of its parts. And again, a lot of people have asked me this question earlier today. Are we going to participate, or maybe we have already participated in competitive tests in Russia and internationally? Of course, when it goes live, when it becomes available commercially, it will be in our best interest to participate in public competitive tests and comparisons according to the methodologies that are credible across the market. Because again, a lot of customers have said, what are the criteria which I can use to choose EPP or antivirus solutions? And of course, the results of such public tests, they play a huge role in corporate decision-making. This is our expected outcome from this merger, the improvement in the quality of our representation and comprehensiveness, because we not only change the code, we invest in the process of samples collection in order to get at a much larger and much more comprehensive database. Positive used to have its own malware processing even before we matched with Virus Blockada, with a lot of samples collected by ourselves. And now, combining Virus Blockada and ourselves, we are going to create a truly comprehensive antivirus laboratory, which will take care of the update of this database. And a couple of words about the competitive environment. Because, of course, we can plan whatever we like, but we are in a very tight market. This market is very competitive. You know about this. And since we're latecomers to this market, on the one hand, it is much more difficult for us. On the other, we have an advantage because why Russia has such great banking industry and such great telecoms industry? Because we were latecomers to that market internationally, and we were able to learn all the lessons without actually making the mistakes. A lot of customers use already some kind of antivirus technology, but there are relatively few really comprehensive solutions. Really few people use the prevent technology, but not everyone, of course, claims that this is their own technology. Now let's focus on what our strengths are. We have a single agent, very flexible, very modular, that can be set up in all the necessary ways. That is what we used to have, that is what we're going to have in the future. This single agent is something that's loved by our customers because it's easy to buy, easy to administer, and easy to roll out. You really can make all those agents from one control, and if you have an antivirus, EDR, and thin client from a different vendor and so on, and everything is managed by its own agent, and all those agents, they eat up resources, and resources are finite. As Sergey has said, we will support both Windows and Linux because we understand the reasons behind the growth in the penetration of Linux and other Russian-made systems, but Windows is still very popular, and we can't ignore that. We will also make a focus on the emulator engine because the classic signature analysis, it's still very, very simplified, and it does not give such a huge outcome as the emulation of malware. So our ultimate goal is to see a company performing better with our products, performing in a more secure way. And this single agent really strengthens other positive technologies, products already procured by the same customer. So this engine will make us much more flexible and much more powerful at the same time. So you can see on this list our international competitors too. And part of the strategy of positive technologies and part of our contribution is the contribution to our international expansion, because we want positive technologies to be represented across the globe. And as you can see, most of our international competitors, they want this technology for themselves, and some of them have it. So on the one hand, of course, it's very tempting to focus on supporting Russian operating systems, but of course, it should motivate us much better to go for the tightest markets.
In English, we will be happy to answer any questions. We will share all our contacts, by the way. Так вот, важно, что мы смотрим на глобальный конкурентный ландшафт.
So what's important is that our global competitors also have this technology, and they have already integrated it.
Технологии в общей картинке, то
Now, speaking about the role of this technology in the comprehensive solution, everything where you can install an agent, a server, a workstation, or another endpoint, it can be protected by our signature-based engine. It can be protected by this technology. Just to wrap up, I'd like to underscore that, well, a lot of you have already seen this slide in our previous events, including the IR events and so on. And where the rocket is where we are today. This rocket is flying ahead beautifully and bigly.
И сейчас, в общем, мы уже готовы.
So we have given you this communication about this transaction. We can show you how it works now. Please visit our booth. And we have very specific plans for later this year and for the next year. In the end of third quarter, our plan is to go live with Max Petrol EDR, which will strengthen the FSTech requirements for government use. We will integrate this into the ISIN Positive Technologies module to protect industrial infrastructure. And we will also do PT email security. Because a lot of people have asked us today about whether it can be used not for just complex cases and complex attacks, but for simple prevents as well. And the answer is yes, it can. A lot of people asked us, of course, about FSTech certification. Of course, we have the plans to get it certified by the regulator and be able to work with government. That's all from our side. Thank you very much and wish you great PH days today and tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Hope you've networked with everyone you wanted. These are our contacts, and if you have any questions, please let us know. Let us know any moment in any not in any language, but English we understand, and we will be, I hope, in a position to give you most comprehensive answers. And thank you for staying with us this late. Thank you and goodbye. Let's thank the speakers for this deep dive into positive technologies antivirus technique. A round of applause, and this exhausts the business agenda here at Lomonosov Arena. We will reconvene tomorrow at 10 o'clock, and we will start the day with a large-scale debate on the possible harm from innovations and how to mitigate it. It will be moderated by none other but Vladimir Pozner. Please stay tuned and come back. Thank you and goodbye. But don't rush home and be sure to visit other platforms. There will be